Oh, hey there, Dalton. I'm just wondering, Dalton, do you hear me on the things? I'm streaming off my phone, so I don't know if the audio's coming through properly. Hello there, Andy. And we got number 3 here pulling a short consist. Oh, that's good. Awesome. We got number 3 here pulling a Broadway Limited stock car that has cattle sounds, a custom Sierra Railroad coach, and a custom caboose. Hopefully I got all the tracks cleaned good enough so there's no interruptions during this stream. Oh, it looks like one of my figures fell over. Oops. Oh, we got some wheel slip. Wonder if I can move the camera to show the train running. And there goes the train. Should be back around in a second. Hello, James from St. Louis. Wow, that's quite a bit away. Hope you're doing well. Number 3's on the other end of the layout now. Try and get her back into view. I need to get a better camera position so you can actually see the train running more throughout the layout. Not yet. I haven't done much work on the layout. Actually, I don't think I'm going to be able to do that new layout for quite some time due to space reasons now. I'm probably going to do I'm going to do a video on it, but I'm going to rework this layout a little bit to be a bit better. I think I'm going to take this chunk of section, this entire chunk here is going to get ripped out and redone. Which reminds me, this figure fell over. Hand of God here to fix him. Ah! I have to glue him in later. No, I'm going to rip this big chunk out right here. I'm going to put like a ravine here, so it's kind of like the high line on the Durango in Silverton. Hello there, James. Everything's doing swell. Did you end up going to see, what was it, Rio Grande Southern 20 out in Durango? Yeah, the High Line. I definitely want the High Line right through here. I'm going to redo all this a bit here to include it. They had 473 out pulling the Cascade. That's cool. We had 482 when I was up there the entire weekend running. I wanted to see 473, but sadly she wasn't running that week. I think we're going to try a new camera position here. See more of the train running, so it's not just one corner of the loop. See how this does. Hopefully the camera doesn't go flying. Ooh, that roof needs to be fixed too. Oh, that's cool. You got to do photo run-bys on the High Line. This roof's driving me nuts. I didn't notice it. Ah! I gotta fix this roof. And you're working on K36s. That was always my favorite class of those Mikados, was the K36. Ooh. And I appreciate the likes there, Andy. I would try and turn the camera a bit more, but I have my workbench on the left side here, and it is just cluttered with so much crap on it right now that it's embarrassing. I have like 40 different projects going at once on it, and I'm probably not going to finish anytime soon on any of them, so... Narrow gauge. What scale is this live steam engine in, Dalton? Is it like one of the smaller ones that are like almost like G scale, or is it larger, like what was it, 7.5-inch gauge? I think that's like the largest live steam you can really have that I'm aware of before it turns into actual narrow gauge. K28s are pretty neat too. Wow, 7.5. Yeah, gotta have quite the space for that. You're lucky. Did you end up getting old number 7? Did you get old number 7 there serviced and greased and everything after that run at the train show? I can't believe you had that old 440 pulling all those heavyweights. I never tried pulling anything like that with that engine. Oh, okay. Yeah, and space always is a premium. Ugh. Back up and running, that's good. Yeah, space is a valuable asset for this hobby. And here comes number 3 again. We should probably make a stop at the station here soon. These passengers probably want to get off. Hey there, Richie. Yeah, I can't believe you got that many heavyweight cars pulled by that tiny little 440. And I don't even think that thing's got any traction tires on it at all. Which is a good thing, because it needs all the tacks that little engine could get to keep running. Richie, I was playing on the Mesa Plains map, the desert one, and I custom laid that track. But the pre-laid maps do have some pretty interesting layouts, albeit a bit cluttered. So, yeah, Railroads Online is pretty decent. I mean, it's not the best out there, but I think Century Steam is going to be much better when it comes out. But it does the job pretty well for now, though, until Century of Steam does eventually come out. It's nice seeing you, James. Hope you have a good day. Yep, you can just place industries wherever you want in that game. They have a few that are already laid out for you to build to, but you don't have to build to those. You can demolish those and put in whatever industries you want, but they cap the amount of industries. I think you're only allowed to have 3 industries max per industry on one map. What did you end up getting the game on there, Richie? PlayStation, Xbox, or computer? PC, okay. I really wish they had Railroader for PlayStation. It looks like a fun game too. I'm going to try and move the camera here a bit so we can see the engine running in a more interesting spot. And hello there, Strasbourg. Where do I want to put the camera at? We'll put it right here overlooking this little Rio Grande mogul. I don't know if you can see anything. There we go. We have a little, we're going to get that mogul running here shortly. We're going to give number 3 a couple more laps. Yeah, I didn't see any American stuff in Derail Valley there. I think Heist got a couple, but those were through mods. It looked like it was entirely European. Lehigh Valley Lantern, that's pretty cool. I got one for the Rock Island Railroad. We're going to park number 3 here, I think, and give her a break. Is that enough clearance? I don't think that's enough clearance. Yeah, narrow gauge is pretty nice for that game. We'll have to move you forward a bit. There we go. I wish the comments would stay up so I can keep reading them. My layout is 4 foot by 6 foot, but it splits in half. And I believe that whistle is from number 3. If it's not exactly from number 3, it's very close, though. Now I gotta find out what address was that locomotive. Yeah, there you are. Let's get a better view of this engine running now. Here we go. I'm going to have to run across the other end of the layout and throw some points. Oh. Alright, I wish I could bring up chat. There we go. My biggest locomotive. Yeah, I think the bell is from 463. My biggest locomotive currently, I have a Decapod 210 that barely makes these curbs, but I have that listed for sale right now because I just hardly run it. I would like to get... what I really want to do is put bigger curbs in on the layout. And then I can run larger locomotives. Like, I really want to get Pure Marquette 1225. I did have a 462, but I, again, sold that one a while ago. I usually just run small steam. The current largest locomotive I have that I haven't sold or have no plans to sell is a, let me see, I think a 280. Yeah, it's a 280 is my largest wheelbase right now. The Spectrum ones that Bachmann produces. I wish I could find a way. I need to find my tripod so I can get the entire layout as an overview of the train running by. Well, let's blow off some steam. The Y6Bs are pretty sweet. I can't believe that those would, wow. 15-inch radius for Y6Bs. Then again, they are articulated. I was looking into ON30 a while ago. A lot of those engines will actually take some pretty tight curves. Like the Porter, I think, goes down to like a 6-inch curve, which is just nuts. This Mogul was one of the first locomotives I bought when I got back into the hobby, like what, 4 years ago now? 22? Yeah. This came from the Echo Valley set. Yeah, ON30 is there's a lot of talented people that work with ON30. It's a really cool scale. I just don't have the room for it, unfortunately. But anyway, that Alco Mogul from Bachmann was the first locomotive I bought getting back into the hobby 4 years ago, and it's gone through quite the changes over its career on this railway. I had to leave. Well, I left the hobby for two reasons. One was because at the time I had no money for the hobby. I got burnt out from it really bad. I used to have a rather large layout that was like 4 foot by 14 foot. That was all DC locomotives. I got burnt out of the hobby and lost interest and sold off all of the equipment except for one Union Pacific 119. And then I got into it again when I was, how old was I? Like 4 years ago, 20. When I was 20, I was getting back into it because I was working a job that had really good pay so I could afford the models again. Oh, and thank you, James. You don't have to stay if you don't want to. If you have other things to do, feel free to leave the stream if you want, but I appreciate you visiting. But yeah, anyway, I ended up rejoining the hobby because I saw the Echo Valley set, and, I thought DCC sound was always cool. And I bought the engine, and I really didn't like how it looked as it started, so I rebuilt it a bit to look like Sierra Railroad number 3, even though that's kind of sacrilegious because this locomotive's a 260 and totally different engine. But I ended up putting a Tyco false balloon stack on it for a while. It had a box headlamp on it. Then as I got more serious and was buying more models, I said, okay, this phony Sierra 3 isn't gonna last much longer. I got to make it look better. So then I rebuilt it into a Grand Rapids and Indiana locomotive because I was thinking I was going to model my local region, and that railroad served my town for a while, for I think like 50 years actually. And then it got rebuilt into this Rio Grande locomotive one final time, and this is the final appearance for it. It will not be getting rebuilt after this one. I rather like how this engine came out with the final rebuild with that. I think the stack came from a K27, and the headlight also came from a K27. They were cast parts from precision scale models, I think. And I also put what else is on there? A whistle, and there's just a bunch of different new components on it. A lot better, in my opinion. to the old Bachmann 260, the basic one anyway. I always thought the headlights on those Bachmann 260s were too small. Oh, and hello there, Chessie. I didn't see you joined. Is there a way to keep the chats or the messages up on the left side? Because it keeps disappearing on me when I'm trying to read them. $800 for how many locomotives did I see? 56? Wow. Alright, I think 527's going to have one more loop. We'll call her good. Wow, that's a really good deal he got with 5 of those being DCC. You can get Strasbourg, you can get those on eBay really easily. They have a ton of 6 chimes for sale. I actually got a 6 chime off of there a while ago for my Red Dead locomotive, because the Red Dead locomotive is a 6 chime on it. I think it might be Grand Trunk Western, though, rather than Reading. I'd have to look into it again, though. Alright, we're going to pull number 527 onto the track here. Oh, that's cool. What railroad museum? Ooh. I gotta find a way to look at the chats here real quick. Here we go. Oh, those old axles were so bad on the old Bachmann locomotives. It's cool that you were able to 3D print new ones. All right. We're going to move the camera over to the roundhouse. Or not the roundhouse, the engine sheds here. We're going to get this, what is that, 280 in the Bumblebee scheme out. If I can find it on my controller. What was the address again? There you are. Nope, that's the wrong one. Lakeshore Railroad Museum. That's interesting. The cab is pretty easy to change out on this Tyco 460. The roundhouse one fits pretty good with minor modifications to it. Yeah, that's Athearn. And 16 hours runtime. Wow. I don't think any of my engines had nearly that much runtime on them. Oh, I forgot. I got to plug in my accessories controller real quick so I can work the water tower. That water tower is probably my favorite thing about this entire layout. Where's the plug-in for it? There it is. There we go. Yeah, I always liked the Bumblebee scheme. Even though I think it was only ever on one engine, it's a really pretty paint scheme. And I think that paint scheme was only applied for a World Fair or something. Yes, the track is weathered.
What's the matter? What's the matter? Making a mess everywhere. All full.
Oh, they had 3 painted in that scheme. That's interesting. And Brock, this is HO scale. And in regards to your track question, this is all weathered using, the paint pens that Woodland Scenics produces. They have one specifically for the ties, and then they have another color for rusty rails. Yeah, I've seen some pretty neat animated ones. I think they have Broadway Limited has non-sound versions too, but I spent a pretty penny for this one that has the sound in it. Yep, Woodland Scenics produces those. I think you can pick up a pen for like $2 or $3 and it'll get you through a good stretch of track. But you'll definitely want to buy a few of them if you have a layout larger than 4 foot by 6 foot. Yes, I did go back to playing that DLC. We didn't get very far on it, though. Yeah. $100 now. That is absurd. I spent like $70 for mine. But then again, that was like 2 years ago, though, so that's not really shocking with inflation these days. I'm going to try and pick up some coaches here for this consolidation. We got going Silverton coaches waiting on a siding for it. I'm going to have to cheat, though, and use my hand to couple all the coaches because I don't have enough room for a switch engine right now. Yeah, most engines do have the water tower sound, so it's really not necessary to get the water tower sounds on the BLI one. All right, time to cheat here and use my hands to move the cars. Use that horrifying diesel picture as the profile photo. That's hilarious. Oh, I didn't switch my points. Whoops. My next big purchase is going to be a Rio Grande 44-tonner switcher, so I'll have a proper switch engine to move these cars on the next stream. I'm just using my phone's camera. I have a, there we go. I have a, what is it? Some sort of Samsung thing. I don't remember exactly what, though. No, I don't know how to use Discord. I might, though, because I have a lot of people now asking me to join Discord. Oh, I can't move any trains yet because both my tracks are occupied. I have one diesel engine at the moment, and it's a Western Pacific SW1500. I guess I could have used that as a switcher engine. I was just too lazy to put a 4th locomotive on the track, I guess. But I got to make room here so I can park one of my other engines. All right. I think I'm gonna siding that little Rio Grande Mogul I was just running, and that way we can keep number 3 running on the main line. Oh, I'm running the train the wrong way. Oops. I don't really model any particular era. I try to have 1899 because this layout is based on the town of Valentine, which is funny because today's Valentine's Day. But this entire layout's based on Valentine from Red Dead Redemption. So it's trying to be close to 1899. Most of my locomotives and cars are from the late 1800s and early 1900s. But I am redoing this layout a bit, and I am considering making it like a modern tourist railroad. And then I can just justify all the 1800s people as being reenactors on the layout or something. Wow, 13 by 30. That is a massive layout. Holy moly. Alright. We shouldn't be sitting around waiting for this train too much longer. I just got to get this freight train put on the siding before we can move this passenger train. Red Dead Redemption did have a zombie DLC, but it was originally just a basic Western. There's, I think, 3 of them now. Oh, that's good. Smoking diesel, smoking like a steam engine's never a good thing. Oops, I gotta check my chat here. I missed stuff. That's cool, an old 1800s building. 8 by 20 is a cool layout size. You can get a lot done in that space. Wow. I love those Old West storefronts. All right, I think we can now get the passenger, or sorry, not the passenger, the excursion train ready. Because this train is pulling some open air excursion cars like on the Durango and Silverton. Oops, how do I focus? There we go. Here we go. Yeah, garage is a good space for a layout. And thank you, Odd Job. I can actually put more cars on this train. I have 4 more Durango and Silverton cars. These little Athearn 280s are fantastic pullers. I think these are probably my most smooth runners, with the exception of number 3 on my entire roster. These new Athearn 280s, if anyone in the chat's considering getting one, I would definitely recommend getting one of those Athearn consolidations because they are really good quality. And they're a great starting point for modifications, too. Yeah, the climate fluctuations are really bad there. I tried building one in the garage as well. My track work just went haywire because of it. Oh, thank Lord, I did remember to switch that point. Alright. I'm going to go and get some more cars for this engine to pull. We're going to stop the train here for a second so I can attach some more to the consist. I have 2 red ones. I'm missing a combine and a coach. Where did I put them? Here they are. All right, we have an 8-car passenger train now. I don't know why Bachmann made HO gauge, standard gauge, East Broad Top stuff. I mean, it's a good thing to promote the railroad, but it makes no sense because it's standard gauge. Probably for the same reason why we have HO gauge Durango and Silverton stuff like this. Just so they can get it marketed to a larger audience. Because HO scale is a lot more of a common scale than ON30 and definitely more than HON3 or HON30, which is just barren with offerings, especially since Blackstone stopped making all those models now, which is a shame because those were lovely models that they were making for a while. Can she do it? Can she do it? And I bought some seated passengers to add to these open-air excursion cars, too. That way they'll have a bit more of a lifelike presence to them. Come on, old gal. I know you can pull all these cars. You've done it before. Come on, old gal. You can make it up the grade. Well, she's working now. She's getting louder. There we go. Yeah, I thought that was weird. Putting East Broad Top in HO standard gauge, but it brings more awareness, I guess, to the EBT, so can't complain there. I need to find a better camera angle that shows the entire layout in one view so you can always see the train running. I need to find my tripod. Move this table over here. Oh, here comes the engine. I very much look forward to the new Shea Bachmann's coming out with, but it's going to cost $500 brand new, which is just ludicrous for an HO engine, no matter what it is. Half the size of a big boy. You're charging more than some that I've seen listed before. We're going to try a new camera angle here, but I'm going to have to turn off the screen for a second so you don't see the horrific workbench in the background. Yeah, they needed the new full metal gears. Oops, the engine's turned off. Ooh, we had a short somewhere. We had a derailment. What came off the tracks? Here we go. We had a bit of a short circuit here real quick that I had to clear up. Ooh. What was that? Number 944. Yeah, we needed new full metal gears on those Shays, certainly. And hello there, Trainsmania. Scenery to your layout's always fun. The scenery is always my favorite part of a layout. All right, that reset should have done the job. It did the job. All right. Somehow the 280 came off the tracks and caused a short circuit. Let's try and move this around here. Now you can see her spinning her wheels a bit and wheel slipping. I think this is just as much cars as she can pull before she starts stalling out on me. If I can find something to rest this camera stand on, we can get a better view. Hopefully that doesn't go flying off and cause an accident. The Rock Island Railroad lantern. Where did I get that? I think I got it from an antique store or something. Or no, I got it from a flea market is where that came from. That came from a flea market, now that I think about it. And that's hanging outside of my house off the porch as an actual lantern. Trains Mania, I have number 3 right over there on the siding if you want to see it run. I'll have to take this train off because it's too long to put on the siding. But number 3 from the Michael's video on Red Oak Trains is right over there. All right, I'll pull this train off the layout so we can watch number 3 run again. And we're going to throw this point over here. There we go. We're going to park my other engine. Strasburg, it's funny you mentioned that. I just bought that caboose last night off of Train World. I just bought that caboose for this consist. And I bought the other combine that they make. What is it? Elk Park. I bought those both last night, along with the new gondola in the Rio Grande scheme. Ooh. Okay, we're just going to take number 944 off the tracks completely here. While deciding everything. Hello, Train Boy. You own 5 Tyco 460s. That's impressive. I used to own quite a few of them as well. My favorite model, I think. I'm going to run number 3, and I'm going to select another locomotive to run with it on the siding. I think I might do a Virginia and Truckee locomotive. Should I put this DeLorean in front of number 3? I got this DeLorean that runs on the tracks I can put in front of number 3 like it's Back to the Future. Oh, I'm out of room to put cars. That's not good. All right, it looks like number 3 is ready to go. All right, we're going to put the DeLorean. Where's the camera view for it? There's a DeLorean right there. Pennsylvania. I wanted to model Pennsylvania. I bought a bunch in N scale. Where's my train throttle? I had the Broadway Limited E6 which is a little 442 Atlantic, but that shorted out as soon as I put it on the layout because it was defective. So no, I don't have any Pennsylvania on HO scale right now. I would like to get another one though at some point, but not from Broadway. Yeah, I was not happy to spend $600 on that locomotive and have it come to me broken. So, well, no, it wasn't 600. It was 400. The Rapido 460 I bought was 600. And that one ran fine, but I didn't like the curves on this layout, so I had to sell it. All right, we're going to take number 3 for a spin now. And if anyone's wondering, that boxcar it's pulling has a DCC sound decoder in it, and it plays cow sounds when it goes down the tracks. So that's why you can hear cows. Lilliput, I've heard of that brand. That'd be cool for a Back to the Future reference on your layout. Yeah, and the Spectrum high boilers are really cool. I wish I could find one of those, but they're just so hard to find these days on eBay. And usually the ones on sale or for sale on eBay usually have some sort of defect with them, so they're not worth the money, like busted gears or something. Yeah, there should be a lot of Pennsylvania locomotives available out there. It's one of the biggest road names manufactured at the moment. I actually can't think of any other railroad that has multiple models made specifically for a road other than Pennsylvania. Maybe Santa Fe or Union Pacific. And yeah, Andy, that did suck when I had to get rid of those 2 engines because they looked so nice too. Here we go. Now we're going to pull up nice and slow to that DeLorean. I'm going to take my cars off for this so we can actually get some speed out of the engine. Or at least I'll take off that heavy car. Oh, that's cool. You have DeLoreans in both scales. All right. Come on, get the DeLorean going. It's pretty easy to modify those if you just take off the... I'll show you how I modified my HO scale one when it comes back around the loop. But I have one in O scale too. I don't know where I put it. I have it in a box somewhere, so I can't show it on this live stream. But I want to have that one modified to run on O gauge track too. All right, here comes the DeLorean. I'll show you how I modified it. I'm going to try and fix this camera angle here so we can look down a bit more. Here we go. I like this much better. All right, so the DeLorean here, I took off, I drilled out these 2 little holes that were holding the original frame in. And this was really simple. I just cut new slots in to accept the wider axles on these spoked wheels, which I think came off of a 440 parts that I had laying around, these spoked wheels. And I just used styrene and built up styrene to hold it all in place. I made sure everything was properly engaged so there was no possibility for derailments on the DeLorean. And I just painted all the styrene under it. That way the DeLorean, the frame didn't look horribly ugly. So that's how we made the DeLorean for the tracks. That actually works. Now I got to get it on tracks. There we go. Oh, and hey there, Joel. Nice seeing you for this stream. I'm probably going to run for about another 10 minutes before I end the stream, though, because I'm starting to get hungry. That's pretty cool. I've never seen an antique store that let you test the trains out. I bought plenty of my models from antique shops. Never got to test them there, though. Yeah, Trains Mania. It's a pretty easy modification. It only took me like an hour to rebuild that DeLorean to work on the tracks. And I'm going to jinx it saying it now. Watch me jinx it, but it's never once derailed on me. So it's going to derail now that I've said something, though. Driving in while in the stream. Oh. Wait, I have to reread what I just read. What are you making for dinner, Chessie? Streaming and driving. What are you doing? Are you just parked and watching the stream, or? Well, that's nice of him to do that. Hopefully you at least get to see if the engine's working so you don't get swindled, though. Cheese roll-ups. Those are always good. Those are called, we call them Polish roses, those cheese roll-ups. Oh, you're parked at a park? Yeah, I definitely get that. I need to get out of the house soon, too. Thankfully, I will be on Monday. I play some video games, Trains Mania, but I'm very limited because I'm on PlayStation. So pretty much the only train games I play at the moment is Railroads Online and Transport Fever 2. That's cool. You're sitting right next to a locomotive. Sitting next to a real locomotive, watching toy locomotives run around on a layout. A bumpy ride. I saw Heist playing that a while ago. Looks like a fun game, but as far as I'm aware, it's not on PlayStation. Well, I hope you're having a good day there, Joel. I have to drive 20 minutes away to see the nearest steam locomotive to me, and it's not even in operation. She's just on display now. I think I'll just take the caboose and the coach off when the train comes back through to pick up more speed, because this engine can really get cruising while it's pushing that DeLorean. Since 58. Wow. I'm sure that'll be fun to try and rebuild if anyone ever wants to get that thing running again, sitting there for 50 plus years. Actually 70 years now. Lord. I'm scared to push the engine to 88 miles per hour there, Jackie. These Tyco engines, I mean, this is a brand new motor that's meant for slow operations, which I prefer. But if it was an old Tyco one, that thing could easily hit 88 miles per hour after putting it to like notch 1 on the old controllers or something. Them babies could get cruising with them old motors. Asbestos! That's great. A fireless Heisler. That sounds awesome. And that caboose has actually got a pretty interesting story to it. That was originally a, what was it, Canadian National that I rebuilt in Sierra Railroad Caboose 7 because there was no caboose that looked anything like this Sierra Railroad Caboose 7. So I had to get an expensive brass one, which is a shame. It was like $70 for one caboose, but it does the trick, though. That's cool, Chessie. I wonder if I can turn the camera around while avoiding the horrific workbench mess. We're going to find out. You see a bunch of junk in the background. That's my workbench. Oh, here we go. Actually, I like this a bit more. Who made the Santa Fe 040? Are you talking about Tyco? The Tyco 040s that they produce? Yeah, I was thinking I have a Tyco, oh, not Tyco. I have an AHM 040 laying around somewhere. I'll try and find that here in a second. I wish I could zoom the camera out. It won't let you do any zoom functions on YouTube for some reason. But here comes the locomotive and the DeLorean, though. We're going to take the coach and this stuff off. This coach was pretty fun. It has a bunch of people I put inside there. A bunch of parts in it for whenever I inevitably put the ladders on, because coach number 2 actually has ladders. This is made out of 2 roundhouse shorty cars put together to make Sierra Railroad coach number 2 here. And then this is brass that I repainted and relettered. And this caboose is still in operation. This one I think is too worn out for the Sierra to run now. Currently sitting on the locomotive's pilot beam. You are living the life right now. I wish I could sit on a locomotive right now. The wheel keeper plate screws. You might be able to find some on cheap parts on eBay because there's a lot of people that buy old busted up Tyco 460s and takes them apart and sells them as parts. But if you can get measurements on the screw, you can easily replace the screw, though. You just need to measure the screw to find a replacement. I'm going to find that 040 real quick. It's not operational, but it's a funny looking little tank switcher that I got. I never had any interest in fixing it up, though. I just thought it was funny when I saw it at a show one time and bought it. It was like $5. Oh, here it is. Here's that little AHM 040. It's a goofy little thing. Here comes number 3. Yeah, Michael from Red Oak Trains did a phenomenal job on that locomotive. This is Baltimore and Ohio. Baltimore and Ohio 98, which was an actual, I googled this, this was an actual dockside switcher at one point. As you can see, it's missing parts. It's missing its connecting rod there. Yeah, I don't remember. It's missing couplings. Or no, it does have its couplings still. Never mind. I think it's just connecting rods are missing. Does Lehigh Valley have any locomotives left at all? And hello, Crazy Spud. I'm gonna get my Red Dead locomotive and show that off. It was nice seeing you, Joel. I hope you have a great day as well. If anyone's interested, here's how my Red Dead locomotive's looking at the moment. I have it in pieces right now, so I kind of have to hold it together. I'm still working on this. I just really have to wait for my taxes to come in so I can afford to send it to Michael so he can put DCC sound and a new motor in it. Yeah, I don't think this one has a can motor in it. This one's one of the older 040s. Dutch came by, I'm assuming. I have Dutch right here. There's Dutch Vanderland, everybody. Come on, focus. You can see his gun belt if the camera ever focuses. There you go. Wow, that's nuts. That entire railroad locomotive roster was scrapped. But no, this one has been a nightmare to work on. There goes the Back to the Future train again. Nightmare to work on the decals, if you can see them. Doesn't quite want to focus on them. Rather focus on the layout. There we go. These decals were horrific to apply because these stripings here kept breaking because the decals were so old that I was using. They were just fragmenting and breaking. I had to literally put fragmented bits of decals on one chunk at a time and get them all perfectly aligned so they didn't look horrible. I was about ready to have a mental breakdown working on putting all these lining decals on the domes here. And then these other decals, like the number plate here and the headlamp, those are custom made water slides. The cab is custom made water slide. I don't think I have anything on the front yet. The tender is my favorite piece I worked on, though. And I have the completed tender right here. One of my tenders. I don't think there's a tender step missing on number 3. I'll pull the engine to a stop and look at it, but it should have all the tender steps on number 3. But this is the tender for the Red Dead locomotive, which I'm really happy with how the decals came out on it. And that's actual coal in the tender. I'm going to pull number 3 over so we can look at it. I'm not seeing any missing tender steps on it. Yep, they're all there. 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess at speed, I could see how you could think that one missing on it, though. I'm just curious, does anybody here like the Virginia and Truckee Railroad? Because I might park number 3 on that siding over there and put a Virginia and Truckee locomotive on. Or I might run a small 440. We're going to park number 3, I think. Yeah, let's change the locomotive out. We've been running this one for like 10 minutes straight now. Do we want to do a freight consist with the locomotive, or do we want to do a passenger consist? Freight train? All right. We're going to have to throw the points to accommodate that. Now we have 2 Virginia and Truckee engines. We have this Athearn 280, number 29, that we can run. And we have this Bachmann 440 of the Genoa that we can run. Both are pretty reliable runners. And yes, this is HO scale. The American, we're going to run the 440. All right. All right, it's going to take me 1 second to assemble this train here. I have some pretty neat Virginia and Truckee cars I got a while ago that I've been wanting to run again. Ooh, come on. And apologies for the floor squeaking, by the way. This is an old farmhouse up in the attic, so the floors squeak quite a bit. All right, there's my consist. Where's the Genoa? Where did I put my 440 at? Here we are. The thing with these Bachmann 440s that's so annoying is that you have to constantly check and make sure that it's properly coupled to the tender, because you'll damage the wires if you don't. Okay. Hopefully this engine does not give me any trouble and cuts out, because these 440s like to stop and stall. It's very annoying to deal with when they do that. This one shouldn't be too bad, though. Okay. Make sure that this is still properly. There we go. Let's change the camera angle again. Alright. You know what? We're going to follow the train around, I think. Please don't derail. It likes jump switches here. There we go. Oh, I forgot to check up on my chat messages here. Classic model trains. Yeah, he's done a lot of restorations. I like watching classic model trains. What's his name? Ron. He's got some pretty cool stuff that he fixes up there. Full layout. Yeah, I can see why you might prefer the old horn hook couplers. Full layout. All right, here's a layout overview. Here's the main street here. Oh, one of the signs is coming off the buildings. I got to re-glue that. We got all these storefronts here. We got Arthur Morgan right there on his horse with his gun. Got a stagecoach. We got John Marston right there from the video game 2. We got some stockyards over there. We got the main station. We got the church right here. We got this siding right here for the Rio Grande engine. We got the water tower and engine shed right here. We got this little cut that comes through here. Some logging men in there. We got this little old abandoned house that's kind of like in a swampy area. Some crazy old lady with a shotgun. Oh, here comes the train. That's really about it. Oh, and we got a cattle herding scene back there, if you can see it. A bunch of John Railroadson. You know what I should do? Is I should make a figure of John Railroadson and then, like, make it so the figure looks like it's flying across the layout, like in the video game, because that would be absolutely hilarious. That's a really good idea, Crazy Spud. These here, these wagons, absolute nightmare. Mr. X, that character that we're talking about, is a character, he's the only character you can play in a video game called Railroads Online, which is set in like the 1800s narrow gauge. And you can fly around in the game. But anyway, these wagons, horrific nightmare to build if you build the Jordan Highway ones. Nightmare. They are so small and so finicky to build those things. I want to put the camera right here, but I don't know if I can do that. I'm going to try and put the camera right here. Can we do it? Oh, we can almost get the entire layout in one shot if I can just finesse the camera a bit more. Here we go. Okay, hopefully my camera will stay here. Whoops, I dropped something. All right. Please stay where you are, camera. Move my stand from over here. So, as I was saying earlier, this entire area here, right next to the tracks, is all going to get ripped out. I'm probably going to start on that tonight or tomorrow, and I'm going to build like a little river and ravine down here, which I think is going to be a lot better for the layout and give it more scenic interest in this corner, because it's kind of boring right here as is. Now, I'm not sure if I'm going to be doing this yet, but I'm getting very close to 3,000 subscribers. I'd like some opinions on this. I was thinking as a 3,000 subscriber thing, I might be doing a giveaway with this N-Scale Pennsylvania K4 with sound to celebrate 3,000 subscribers. And then I'd include a set of heavyweight coaches that I have with it too, as a part of a giveaway. We'll do like I was thinking of doing like I don't know, like what is it called? Where you do like a random number selection. Hello there, Anfield. So Crazy Spud, the issue I'm having right now is I want to build a whole new layout. And I had plans to start on it around this month, but an issue has come up where I don't have the space to do the new layout anymore. So this layout that I have currently, I'm going to have to make do with for the foreseeable future. And I want to do an extension, but I don't have the space for the extension like I wanted either. So I wanted to do a little freight switching area. So I'm just going to redo the scenery here. Cut out all this because I have about an inch of styrofoam underneath this that I can cut out. I might do a bridge right here. I'm definitely gonna do like a cut through here that's like the high line on a Durango and Silverton. So it's gonna be like a bit of a gorge or whatever you want to call it down there, a ravine, or what have you. And then over there on the way end, I think I'm gonna move my engine servicing area back into that corner. And in that engine servicing area, I'm going to put in 2 industries to fit tracks, just so I can get better usage out of the 4x6 space. But the town itself is going to remain exactly where it is, because that's the whole point of this layout. It just needs to be rearranged a bit, be a bit better looking. Yeah, N-Scale's a pretty cool size to work with, Chessie, because you can get a lot of usage out of your space with it, but I can't do N-Scale anymore because it's just too small, it's too finicky, and I think, to me, HO is, for me, the perfect layout size. Run a diesel locomotive. I have a Western Pacific diesel I can put on if anyone wants to see a Western Pacific switching diesel run. Should I run the diesel locomotive? Yeah, Andy, I definitely think I probably will do that for once I hit 3,000. It's getting very close. All right, we're going to run a diesel engine now. Yeah, N-Scale, you can do a lot more with limited space in HO, but it's very, very annoying for me personally to try and service N-Scale locomotives with how small they are. All right, now we're going to run this Athearn SW1500 diesel. I have some coaches I can run with this, or freight, so whoever wants to see this locomotive run, comment if you want to see it pull heavyweight coaches or a freight train. Oh, hey there, Michael. Since Michael's in the chat, I'm going to run the Back to the Future train really quick. Then we'll run the diesel. We have to switch the points to get number 3 on the proper main line now. Get all my Virginia and Truckee stuff out of here. Get out of my way. Here we go. All right. I can just... I'm going to move the camera for 1 second so we can see the locomotive run better. Then I'm going to get the points switched. Okay. This is a bit of a better view to see the locomotive up close. Now I just have to pick up address 3. Coffee table layouts are really awesome. Rock Island is a pretty cool road name too. The details are really easy to damage in N-scale. I've had a couple locomotives where the details just came right off from handling them wrong. In fingerboard, I'll run the diesel locomotive after I get number 3 a lap or 2. So I ripped all the scenery off here, and tonight or tomorrow I'm going to just take a saw and just cut this entire chunk of scenery out so I can do a cliff right here. All right. Michael, I can't seriously believe how good of a runner this locomotive is with that new motor. This has like the best crawl out of any locomotive I currently own at the moment. This is speed step 1 right here, and it's like barely moving. HON3 is ridiculously expensive. Maybe I'll lift the camera back up after all. Camera. No, I just dropped paint on the floor. Oh well. If I can just tilt the camera, we could get the whole layout back in view. There we go. All right, one more lap and I'll run that Western Pacific diesel. Probably put freight cars on it. No, actually I'll run the coaches on it. Currently, let's see, I sold a bunch of my engines. I think I'm at like 15 locomotives currently. 3D printing is definitely the future of this hobby. It really is. I've seen so much cool work being made lately through 3D printing because brass is getting more elusive to find certain models of now, and manufacturers are just not making more generic small steam. They all choose to focus on big boys and 484 Northerns and all that stuff, which is fine if you like big steam, but if you like small steam, then it's just kind of disappointing. All right, let's put number 3 on the siding and get it some water. I really hope that Bachmann introduces that N-scale 10-wheeler to HO because we desperately need a ready-to-run 10-wheeler. That's not just the Baldwin one that they've had for years at this point. Actually, I'm going to move the camera so we can watch the water tower here. Ugh. Let me see if I can get this set up looking good. Don't mind the mess back there. It's fine. Prairies. We need a proper prairie right now, too. We desperately need a proper prairie because the only one that's ready to run right now is that Usra one that Bachmann made. Not even a prairie to begin with. It's a 060 switcher. They jammed 2 tiny wheels in front of and behind. All right, here comes the old number 3. We're going to give her some water, and then we're going to get that Western Pacific diesel back up. Yes, this is one of the Broadway Limited water towers. This is the one that also has sound on it. I think I overshot the water cap, tender cap, but I don't care.
That burn water everywhere. Check them out. We're behind schedule.
Oh, you're going to remain behind schedule because number 3 is going to be siding for the next few minutes. Sorry about that, Par. Where do I put the DeLorean? I'll put you here for now. I'm just hoping I'll go flying off the table. Yeah, that water tower is really cool. That's like my favorite part of the layout, I think, is that water tower. I wish they did more animated accessories like that because I'd definitely buy them up. That's the one thing I really liked about the old Lionel, is that they had so much, even if it wasn't realistic, they had so many cool operating accessories that made the layout so much more fun. Okay, we got our diesel on the tracks. I'm going to put some heavyweights behind it, I think. East Broad Top 11. I'll have to look at that locomotive. I've never seen it before. I'll have to look that up after the stream. Because I love prairie-type locomotives. Come on. The only Western Pacific stuff I own are these coaches, so that's what we gotta run. Let's put the camera right here. Move the camera back up here. All right, stay in place. I don't know how I had this stand set up. Ah! Is this going to stay up or is it going to tip? It's going to tip. There we go. This is the best I can do. I don't know why, but these SW1500s don't sell very well online. I've never seen the MDC Prairie. Is that like its specific own tooling, or do they just use the 060 switcher tooling and put a leading and trailing wheel on it? Somebody in Japan is actually 3D printing narrow gauge locomotives right now. They have like a really cool outside frame Sandy River 260 that I really want to buy right now. It looks a bit more yellow in person, that headlight. If you look at it in person, it just looks more white on the camera. I wish I knew what horn it was. I can tell you, I can differentiate steam whistles pretty well, but I have no idea what horn that is because I'm not a diesel locomotive guy. All right, what locomotive should we run next? Let's see, I have a Bachmann Usra 060. I have a Western Pacific 280. I have the Jupiter 119, the York, the Wanderer. I have a ton of other engines. I have Virginian Truckee. I have Baltimore and Ohio. 280, 060, and 280 so far. Double head them. I might have. I don't know if I can double head the 280 and 060. I'd have to speed sync them so one of them's not pulling or pushing the other engine. I'll get the 280s out and show them off. We could do this Virginia and Truckee one. I haven't run this one in a long time. I have some matching coaches for it to pull. And then there's this Western Pacific one. And then there's this 060 that I can run as well. All right, let's pull the diesel off. I don't have any room for this stupid diesel. Let's put it here for now. We'll take the coaches off too. Why not? How do I view comments? I just missed them. This is so annoying. Comments only pop up when somebody says something. That's really annoying. Oh, that's how you do it. Okay. Western Pacific. We'll run the rest. Western Pacific. Woo! Do we want to do a freight train or another passenger train with this locomotive? Freight train? A mixed train. Let's do a mixed train. We haven't ran a mixed train yet. I forgot what address this is. 35. There it is. The most generic whistle in HO scale. The Baldwin 3 chime. Let's see what cars we have for it to pull in the mixed train. This is a basic, this is a basic sound value model. This is one of 2 basic sound value models I have left that haven't had new decoders put in them. Where are my other cars? Okay, this one has a tendency to derail and uncouple. Actually, I might not want to run it if it's going to derail and uncouple on me. Yeah, we're not going to run it because it likes to uncouple. Where are my other freight cars? Huh. Thought I had more freight cars stored over here. Yeah, definitely would be. I have another 440 I have a 440 in need of a new decoder. That's not even a remote necessity for right now, though. It's the B&O 440. It's the only other one that has the same decoder as that. Oh, you don't have any couplers on you. UP We'll do Southern or Santa Fe. Okay, we have Santa Fe. All right, we got our train just about built here. I'll just run an observation car. Actually, no, I'll run the baggage. No. I'll do a combine. You know what? Maybe we will run the observation car too. Screw it. Get on the tracks. Okay, here we go. So annoying when they have the chat and it just doesn't appear. Yeah. Where's my throttle? Alrighty, here we go. Hopefully we don't have any wheel slip. These 280s, I think Michael did a video on them, but these 280s are absolutely built like a brick. They are really good. They are really solid runners. I have never had any issues with these 280s. Both the Spectrum version and the current offerings are both really solidly built. Yeah, I thought you did a video on them. I couldn't remember, though. Oh, we're coming to a crossing. Thank you, Radical Squadron. All right, let's open up the throttle a bit here. Yeah, they pretty much are the same. It's a shame they downgraded the 460 so badly in comparison to the 280. I still don't understand their reasoning for that. I need a drink of soda. Oh, and thank you, Jesse. That's quite an impressive achievement there. 31 years with no derailments. What railroad was he working for? Chicago Northwestern. That's a pretty nice system. I got a boxcar laying around somewhere around here at that railroad. And thank you, Big Little Works. I appreciate the compliment. Yeah, I'm not quite sure where I put it, but I used to have a Chicago Northwestern stock car laying around here somewhere. I ought to find that thing again. Oh, I can probably turn that bell off now. Railroads Online is always a fun game to play. Well, except for when it's not and you have horrible glitches. But other than that, it's pretty fun. 29. Oh, we're up to 32 likes now. Thank you. And hello, Ken. Thanks for joining. I think it's about time we change out the train. What should we run next? I think I'm going to put a train in the reverse direction as well because we've been watching trains all stream go this way. So we're going to change it to this way for the next train. Yeah, UP bought up just about every single line out west. Double-header freight train? What locomotive should I use for a double-header? I'm going to have to use 2 locomotives that are the same, though, so I don't have to worry about speed synchronizing. I can do 2 old-time 440s. I can do 2 Athearn 280s. I can do 2 Bachmann Moguls. I can do 2 Bachmann 280s. I can do an old-timer doubleheader or a modern doubleheader. All right. HON3 is a really cool scale. I really want to get into HON3 or HON30 so bad, but it's just so prohibitively expensive, and there's not enough ready-to-run stuff available to justify me getting into it, unfortunately. Moguls? Let me see if the other Bachmann Mogul's ready to run. Because I had to work on my other Mogul lately because it kept derailing on the switches with that horrible pilot that they got. Oklahoma City Railroad Museum. That'd be pretty neat. I've never heard of that place before. All right, I think we're going to have to run this 260 this way because it derails on this point going this way for whatever stupid reason. We're going to have to put on a Rio Grande and Santa Fe doubleheader. All right, hopefully these 2 are speed synced. Yeah, 3D printing will definitely help with narrow gauge. It's kind of a necessity now for those lesser known scales. And they certainly are cheaper than brass. I think brass locomotives now are like what? Anywhere between $500 to $800 now. I've seen some in HON3 go over $1,000. Oops, I forgot to turn that back on. What do we want to put on these cars? Let's do a couple of hoppers. Hopefully we don't have any horrific derailments, because that will be quite the way to end the stream if we have a derailment here. Now, what other cars do I want to run? Let's put on a couple Rio Grande coaches, I think. You know what? Nah, let's do this yellow goose. Ah, get on there. All right. These two moguls should be speed synced. We shouldn't have any issues with them playing tug of war with each other as long as they consist them. You know what? We're going to put more freight cars on this because this is still wimpy looking. These are mostly roundhouse cars and Bachmann cars here. That's kind of an ugly car. We'll do a tiny little gondola. There, that's a pretty sizable consist. And somebody asked me if I have anything BNSF. Okay, it was Ken. No, I don't have anything BNSF because I don't have any modern equipment past 1950 at this point. The vast majority of what I own is old-timed transition era steam. All right, now I have to put these two locomotives in a consist together. I have to build the consist. What do I have here? Santa Fe 9447. And Rio Grande 527. Where's Rio Grande 527? Yeah, sorry, Ken. No BNSF on this at all. Nothing that modern. I don't see myself getting any other modern equipment either. Anything from 1860 to like probably like the mid 1940s as far as I'm running equipment with. Hope you have a good day there, Ken. Nope, no BNSF, Michael. No Norfolk Southern either, Chessie. All right, hopefully these won't tug of war with each other. They should have the same settings applied. I might have to do some programming here real quick because that Santa Fe one is pushing the Rio Grande one. I'm going to have to take number 3 off the track to program on both. All right, let's program. I don't think I have any other engines parked on the track, do I? No. All right. Should be able to program both of these at the same time since I'm on the main line. Program on main, high voltage of, let's do 175 for a high voltage. That should fix the issue. We're going to change camera views. This one's getting boring. Whoa. Norfolk Western's cool, but I don't have the space to run those Y6Bs or anything, or 611. Train guy, it sounds like you need a helper locomotive, like you got running right now. Okay, we can't run a double header with these two anymore because despite programming it, the Santa Fe one is still pushing the other locomotive. Maybe I can program it separately. All right, let's try again. Come on, focus. Okay, now we're running at the same speed, finally. Now I don't have to destroy one of these engine's motors from pulling all the slack out of the other one. Come on. A 480 would be sweet. I really like number 475. Well, nope. Oh, wow. It's been an hour since I said that. Yeah. I'm not hungry anymore. I'm just going to keep running trains. I'm going to sit down because I've been standing for the past hour, too. Ah. Let's change the camera over here. And which caboose did you say you have, Michael? Do you have this Rio Grande one or that yellow one, the Bumblebee one that's being pulled on this consist? The Bumblebee one, I love all the Bumblebee stuff. I don't think you were here earlier, Michael, but I had a Bumblebee 280 running. I could put that back on the tracks with a passenger train if you want to see it run. Okay, Ken. Which one do you have, Michael? Is it the Roundhouse 280 or the Roundhouse 260? Because I think they did both wheelbases with the Bumblebee livery at one point. If anybody can see down in the corner in the bottom left, I have a little G-Scale 040 just sitting down there. Why won't you focus? Come on, focus. Yeah, Andy, I've seen that 260 running on one of your live streams before, I think. The 260, I love that 260 that they make with the high drivers. I'm considering getting one of those. I keep telling myself I need to stop buying locomotives because I'm downsizing. But I'm seriously considering now also buying a new Roundhouse 260 in the black Rio Grande livery. Because they have some on sale on Train World right now for a pretty fair price. All right. We'll keep the locomotives here parked for a second. I think I'm going to get a... Let's see, what have we not ran yet? We ran a 440. We ran these two moguls. We ran a 280. I have a Bachmann Spectrum 460 I can run, and a Bachmann 060 that has yet to be run. Come on, get going, old gal. A triple header? I might be able to, but I think that's the absolute limit that I can run. I think after that, my transformer won't be able to handle much more than 3 locomotives at once. We'll try the 060 with them. Hopefully it's speed synced. We'll try the triple header. I'm going to have to add that 060 to the consist. Okay, we have 3 locomotives at the moment. Let me just try and get you all in view. 3 paired steam locomotives. Let's see how horribly this ends. We might have to reprogram that 060 as well. All right, we got 2 260s and an 060 pulling a short freight train. We have to get this caboose out of here because it keeps messing with my camera. All right, here comes our steam triple header. I don't think I've ever ran a triple header on this layout before, to be honest. This is the first time. It looks like all the engine speeds are matched up with one another. I don't see any of them pulling or pushing the other locomotives, which is usually a problem with double and triple headers. This reminds me, I don't know if anyone's seen it before, but the Sierra Railroad back in the 70s used to run triple headers with number 3, number 28, and number 34. Those are awesome to watch. Won't focus. Come on, focus for me. Hello, Tweetsy. And yeah, the sound of the engines overlapping with a triple header is really cool to listen to. You know what? We have 3 locomotives pulling a train that one could easily pull. I'm going to see how many of these can pull all together. And a proto-locomotive like that, those articulateds are cool, but I'm not sure if a 2662 would make these curves, though. Yeah, my camera does not like focusing right now. Let's do more freight cars. What do I got here? See how many cars 3 locomotives can pull together. Where'd that tanker car go? Oh, it's already on the consist. Duh. What other cars do I got? Where'd my Union Pacific box car go? I'll put all these heavy box cars on. This is the longest train I've ever assembled on this layout. This is a historic moment for the Red Dead Railroad. How many cars do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Let's go with one more car because 15 is a very aesthetically pleasing number. Because it's not an even number. And it's a roundable number. Where is there another car? I can't find another car I want to use. Oh, we have this Rio Grande one right here. Perfect. Come on, get on the tracks. Okay. If 3 Bachmann locomotives can't handle a 15-car consist, then that's just really sad. All right. Did I miss any comments? Yeah, this is going to be a tail chaser consist there, Andy. And hello, Ken. You're about to watch a triple header steam locomotive take off, or a triple header consist. 2 moguls and an 060 are going to pull 15 cars. And see how it goes. They're all pulling. We might see the tail end of the train at the same time as the front of it coming around that curve. Just barely missed it. 2 more cars than we would have. Oh. Well, thank you for the compliment. The railroad, this railroad, I'm really happy with how this came out for the most part. I was just a fan of the game, and I just thought it'd be really cool to make a layout based on it, because I couldn't think of anything else to make a model on. I actually have a couple of the locomotives from the game right now. One of them's not entirely accurate. The other one's much more accurate. I have one in operable condition. The other one is awaiting a complete rebuild at the moment, mechanically. I might be able to run the other one, though, but it likes to derail and cut out on power. It's not a very reliable locomotive. Actually, I got a piece of the one I'm working on right now. The Central Union 460 right here. I need to put in a new engineer figure, because that one's just way too small. Well, here comes the triple header again. I might be streaming tomorrow, we'll see. I just put Rio Grande. Honestly, right now, the only reason why I have so much of a heavy influence on Rio Grande right now is because I just, for the first time, visited Durango and Silverton. So I've been buying a lot of Rio Grande stuff lately, entirely because of that trip. But the main basis of the railroad is supposed to be like 1890s railroading. Alright, one more loop, I think, for the triple header, and then we're going to run a different train. Oh, that's cool. Nova Scotia. That's quite a bit of ways. And yeah, I watch YouTube on TV a lot, too. It's kind of sad that you can't comment on there, but I also understand because it would take 10,000 years to use a controller or a remote or whatever to type a message out on a television. See if I can get this triple header on any faster. Camera's having a seizure trying to figure out where to focus. Minnesota. Minnesota, that's the land of 10,000 lakes, right? The 260 is Bachmann's standard gauge Elko Mogul. It's a relettered Southern Railway one from the, what was it called? Echo Valley train set. If you actually look, if I pull the engine ahead, you can see the original numbers still on the tender's headlight. Well, we got the Midwest here. We got Minnesota, Nova Scotia. Now we got the UK. Wait, we have had the UK because Andy's been watching. Hello there, Blue from the UK. Louisiana. Oh, I could imagine so. Having more water in Louisiana with all them swamps and I think the ocean's right there too, ain't it? Pennsylvania. Strasburg Railroad, number 90, being from Pennsylvania. All right, we're going to take apart this triple header now. I need to watch a new train run through. All right. I think we ran all three of these engines quite well enough. I need to organize my shelf here real quick because I have all my engines stored on one shelf. This is a big mess right now. Let's see. Do we want to watch Sierra 3 run again, or do we want to watch some old-time 440s run now? I have the Jupiter 119, the Wanderer, the Northern Central York, and what else do I got? I have a B&O one that's iffy that I probably won't run. Oh, and the Virginian Truckee Genoa. Jupiter. Let's get the Jupiter 119 on here for a little reunion, shall we? All right. Hopefully Jupiter does not have any issues because this one likes to stall out quite a bit. I think I have a 5 chime set on it as well. Yeah, you're going to cause me trouble. And this thing ain't even properly connected to the pin. The York? Well, how about this? We're going to double head Jupiter and 119, and we'll put them on a siding, and we're going to run the York, because I have some Northern Central coaches I never get to run anymore. I never run the York. We'll run the York first, and then Jupiter and 119 will double head a Transcontinental Special. I just need to get some cars put away here real quick. I will say Bachmann did a lovely job with the York's paint scheme. The tender is just fantastic. Ah! There's the York. Where are your coaches? I have quite a few cars that need to be put away now. You go here. You go here. What do we want to do with all these cars? I don't have room to put all these away at the moment. They're here. We'll get a good shot of Jupiter while I'm working on moving stuff around. All right, here's a fun topic of discussion while I work on putting 10,000 freight cars away. What locomotive would you like to see Bachmann produce? Any locomotive at all that they currently are not manufacturing? The heck was that? This Bachmann 440 is junk. I need to get a new Jupiter. And we'll put some UP cars. We'll put you back here. We'll put you back here. Do I have any more Union Pacific stuff over here? No. UP. Where did I put that combine at? That should fit all my cars. Now we have the 119 with it. Come on, get on the tracks. As soon as you get one wheel on the tracks, two more pop right off. Oops. Okay, I just need the last of those Northern Central cars and we're ready to go, I think. Alrighty. Let's see what I missed. Sierra 3 definitely needs to be made. That absolutely is something that we need made. Lionel's 20th Century Limited set. I have to look at that. I think I know what you're talking about, but I need to look at it to confirm. But I'll say in general, though, I'm not very happy with how Lionel's been operating these past few years. What they're doing, pricing, liveries, it's just now they're like doing stuff with AI that's just really tacky, and I don't have a very high opinion of Lionel anymore, if I'm going to be honest. Aero Train would be cool. They need to do the Virginia and Truckee paint schemes for all their 440s. They did Genoa, which sold out rapidly, so hopefully they'll see that and make Reno, Inyo, and see, there's Reno, Inyo, and Dayton would be cool to see as well. And yeah, their HO scale, they need that 460 front end scale too. 10-wheelers certainly. 611. I thought they used to make 611. Did they stop producing that number 611? $999 would be sweet. Yeah, the new Legacy 440s are absolutely gorgeous. Those are the best representations I think I've ever seen outside of the LGB Transcontinental 440s that I have seen ever. They are gorgeous. I will give Lionel credit for that. Those brass hybrids are phenomenal. All right. We're going to park these two on a siding and run the York for a while. And then after that, we'll have the Jupiter and 119 double heading some Transcontinental era cars. First, I got to consist all of them. Hopefully Jupiter doesn't stall out. It's not the best runner at the moment, sadly. I have a feeling that this is going to be like the Eureka and Glenbrook incident where 119 is going to be doing all the work, picking up the slack on the Jupiter. Where's the 119 hiding? Where's 119 at on my list? Okay, the 119 is just dematerialized off of my controller for some reason. Oh, I literally went past it 40 times. Whoops. I don't know if anybody here uses these, but I use this as my controller. It's called a Bachmann Dynamis. It's a really cool throttle. It's not as good as the what is it called? The name escapes me. The more used one. The NCE Power Cab and Pro Cab. It's not as good as those, but this controller is pretty good, the Dynamis. The real 999 is really cool. NCE Power Cab, yeah, and the Pro Cab too. I've been thinking of getting one to replace my Dynamis, but the Dynamis has just been working so well for me. Until it gives out on me, I'm probably going to stick with it. I've never had much issue with it. Where's the Jupiter at now? I think Jupiter's out of 5 chime on right now. Oh no, I put a single chime back on it. Okay, stop ringing your bells. Stop ringing the bells. Thank you. Ugh. It's like Railroads Online when the bell won't freaking turn off on an engine. So annoying. Alright, go switch the points and we're going to get the York running next. I don't know who it was, but I was watching a video where somebody was comparing ballast the other day, and I had no idea. I assume it's true because the guy sounded like he knew what he was talking about. But apparently the Woodland Scenic Ballast isn't even made out of actual crushed rock. It's apparently made out of crushed walnut shells. I did not know that. I thought it looked exactly like crushed, really finely crushed rock. I just think that's crazy. But he was comparing this to actual rock ballast that some company makes, and somehow this crushed walnut stuff performs better as ballast than actual crushed rock. Yeah, I never knew that it was crushed walnut shells. That was just insane for me to learn. All right, here's the York. We're going to try and back it up. Hopefully it doesn't lose power because it likes to cut off on this one point back here sometimes. Did I throw all the points? I did. I like Railroads Online. It's not the best game out there, and Century of Steam is going to absolutely demolish it when it comes out. I don't think anybody will be playing Railroads Online after that game comes out, but it is a good placeholder in the meantime for Century of Steam. I just wish they had added more to it. Yeah, isn't that crazy? I did not... Oh, and hey, Dalton. There's a peanut allergy or walnut allergy on the packaging. I'm going to have to look at one because I got a container of it right here. I did not know that. I never looked at it to see that. Oh my God, it does say that. It says allergy caution contains tree nut byproducts. Wow. That is just crazy. I can't believe that crushed walnut shells look so good for crushed rocks in HO scale. That is crazy. Okay. We have the York as the points set. All right, we have the York, and the coaches it's pulling, for some reason, Bachman took him out of production. And it took me forever to find matching Northern Central coaches. But it's pulling accurate Northern Central coaches. Please don't stall out on the switch. Please don't do it, York. Please. Yay! It didn't stall out. Which engine? See, number 3 is probably my best performer at the moment. Sierra 3 or that Athearn SW1500, because they both run really good. And any of the Roundhouse 280s, those all run good. And actually, they all run pretty good except for these 440s. These 440s are really temperamental. You have to have perfectly clean track, and I cleaned all my tracks off today to get these to run right. So, but now that I say something, it's probably going to start running poorly. Next time I'll be live. I might do another one tomorrow. We'll see. We'll just have to see how tomorrow plays out. I might do one tomorrow as well. Glenbrook. The Glenbrook is a really pretty locomotive, but it definitely doesn't have the best pulling power compared to the other units in the game. But that's to be expected because it's from the 1870s. You're not going to get much tonnage out of a locomotive built in 75 or 76. I just like running it because it's a pretty 260. I always like that Glenbrook. If I had space, I'd absolutely love to have the G-scale version, or the money, because it's like $600. Bachmann, these 440s they're retooled 440s. They could improve on them in some areas, but they're decent as is. They are absolutely way overpriced, though, for what they are. I literally spent like $200 some to get the Leviathan. I'll go get the Leviathan real quick. But it's not even, doesn't even have DCC sound. Red Oak is going to put DCC sound in it for me, thankfully. But yeah, charging $200, and it was missing pieces. It was missing the boiler brace on it. Where's my Leviathan at? Get out of the way, boxes. I don't want you. Yeah, so here's the Leviathan. They did a much better job on this than the Jupiter, if it wants to focus. But anyway, it's only DCC ready. They're charging way too much for these, and they're not even sending the fully completed models. That really made me upset when I found out it was missing the boiler braces. Dalton, I don't own Sierra number 8 anymore, sadly. I wasn't running the engine. I made a post about it a while ago where I acknowledged I hardly ever ran the locomotive. I decided I'm downsizing the layout and or not the layout, sorry, the locomotive roster right now. And unfortunately, Sierra 8 was a casualty of the downsizing because it never got ran. And I was only holding on to it because I custom lettered it for Sierra Railway. If I had not lettered it for Sierra Railway 8, it would not have been staying on the layout as long as it had, because it was giving me issues on points. Something was messed up with it, and it was something with the contacts in it just were not working properly, and it kept stalling out, so I got sick of it and sold it. And some feller out in California or Nevada, I sold it to him, and he loves the locomotive, so it's actually now running much closer to where the 8 would have ran, even though number 8 wasn't an actual Sierra locomotive, which is his whole own tangent that I can go on if anyone's interested in it. But yeah, there was never an actual Sierra Railway 8, though. The General is very expensive. Literally any of these 440s are expensive. When the tariff situation hit on Train World, they went from like $220 to like almost $300 now. And the prices aren't going down anytime soon either. So I think we're just going to have to accept now that these little teensy-weensy 19th century 440s are going to be like $300 a piece now. Yeah, the Leviathan is a really gorgeous model. They did a fantastic job on it. They really did. I like how they added the extra boiler band onto it, too. I'll wait for the York to clear. They added an extra boiler band right there, painted on, and it actually makes the locomotive look more like the actual Leviathan with that painted on boiler bands. Actually, there's 2. I just noticed that. And the headlight painting is much better. Yeah, they did a lot better. They need to have this level of quality on their 440s from now on. And I asked, hopefully they will do it, but I asked them to redo their Jupiter paint scheme to be more accurate now as well, because the Leviathan absolutely smokes the Jupiter now. I don't know. I guess it was probably poor sales. Bachmann canceling the Texas was sad. I really want to get that model because they did a good job on it. The Russia iron boiler looks really nice on it. But I'm assuming it was probably low sales is why they discontinued the Texas. It's a very obscure locomotive. It's not as popular as the General or the Jupiter in 119. And thank you, George. Somebody modified the Bachmann 440s on YouTube to have larger drivers. I think they put like 63-inch drivers on them or something. I can't remember his name. I think he's like, he might be like Norwegian or Swedish or something, but he did a really cool job modifying them. He like makes custom 19th century locomotives out of the Bachmann ones. And then there's another channel called Luke Blackbeard. Oh my god, he has such a gorgeous 19th century layout. He has like promontory, or not promontory, but it's like the same area as the Transcontinental Railroad. It's called the Thoroughfare Gap Railroad. And I highly suggest looking into that channel, Luke Blackbeard. Because if you like 19th century stuff like me, he has some really cool custom locomotives and scenery, and the whole layout he has is just awesome. It was nice seeing you, Michael. Yeah, I might be going with the stream for another hour or so, and then I'm probably going to get off. My favorite Central Pacific locomotive. Probably the Jupiter is really basic. I'm just not going to say Jupiter because that's like a basic default Central Pacific engine. Leviathan is pretty neat. It's the same thing, though. What's the one that they had? They had one, I think it was named Pluto. They had a pretty cool 460. The Central Pacific owned one named Pluto, which was a neat engine. That or the Bison. All right, it was nice seeing you, Ken. Let's get a new camera view of the engine running. We've been watching the same one for like 10 minutes now. Let's put it in grade cut. I don't think I've ran any trains through the grade cut or ran the camera, whatever, you know what I mean. Yeah, Mike, that's what they typically did with locomotives back then. When they got new engines, the older ones would get renumbered, and by the mid 1870s, they stripped all the names away from all the Central Pacific engines. So by like 1876, the Jupiter would have just been number 60 before it got renumbered again. That's how Jupiter and 119 came to being scrapped in real life, because they had been renumbered and rebuilt so many times that nobody kept track of them. And by the time they figured out that what locomotives they were already scrapped. So I think the Central Pacific sold their Jupiter to the, what was it called? It's like the Globe in Gila Valley or something, and it was their number 1, I think, and then it got scrapped in like 1901. Oh, the Leviathan. You're talking about the current Leviathan. Yeah, that's the Star Farm Railroad. Yeah, that's the Lincoln Funeral Train now, number 331. I have an interesting idea for a new view for the train. Let's try over here on the roof. That way you can see the Jupiter and 119 parked over there, too. There we go. We should probably stop the train and let those little passengers off. Oh, you have the old tender drive 440? Yeah, those old tender drives are really, really sucky and unreliable. I have one of them still. And it's pretty much in the scrap heap because it's not enough. It's not worth the effort to fix it. Probably just gonna be a parts engine if I ever need parts for another locomotive, like a custom one or something. Let's take on some water, shall we? Yeah, the General's a nice model. Somebody did an accurate version of the General. I think it was George from Soundtracks. He took a Bachmann 440 and rebuilt it into an accurate 1862 General. It was a really nice version of it. Using a 440 as a switcher would be pretty cool. $400 for a tender drive. What? Shouldn't be too hard to find those Casey Jones models. I've seen those come up pretty frequently on eBay. You just have to wait a while. Another one will pop up on there eventually. They're not too hard to find. That is a horrible design for a locomotive. Why would they... I never understood the tender drives like that. Ugh. I mean, I understand because of... issues where the locomotive needs it because the motor back in the old days wouldn't be able to fit in the locomotive. But it's just a sucky way to run a model. And then to charge $400 for it. There's an easy way to level up in railroads online. If you put the industries next to each other, there's videos on YouTube about it. I actually did it in one of my past live streams. But if you put the industries next to each other, you can easily make money quickly to level up in the game so you can get better locomotives. And the Blue Comet I've heard of. I actually have the Blue Comet. Or at least it's not the actual Blue Comet, but it's very similar. It's a Baltimore and Ohio 440, painted like it. All right, I think it's time to siding the York, and we're going to get the Jupiter and 119 to run a consist now. Rapido UK has been doing some really good releases. I've seen the Clinchfield Railroad locomotive painted like that. All right. Time to get the Jupiter and 119 to spin. Let's give them some new cars. Whoa! Where'd that Central Pacific coach go? There you are. Hopefully you'll stay coupled. This other car does not like coupling. You're being stubborn. I hate it when this car does this. Stubborn old coach. There we flip and go. It only took 10 tries. Ooh. All right. Looks like 119's headlight isn't on for whatever stupid reason. Oh, the Jupiter stalled out. That's the first stall of the entire evening. There we go. Mike, I do have a Bachmann 440 with a stack on it representing the William Mason if you'd like to see it. It's painted as the Wanderer, or lettered as the Wanderer right now, though, from the movie Wild Wild West. Whoa, we had a derailment. Good thing that was off screen. This Jupiter is always causing trouble. I swear this thing is cursed. There we go. Jupiter is the only engine giving me any grief tonight. And where did that little UP caboose go? Let's put a UP caboose on this train. Oh, I see why I derailed. I forgot to switch a point and it ran over the points. It's operator error. Whoops. And now we have the 119 running away from the Jupiter. This is becoming a horrific nightmare. Get back here. You better couple back onto the Jupiter. Why is it doing that? Ah! Okay, we're changing places. Jupiter, you're going to be the lead engine now because your front coupler is untrustworthy. There we go. There we go. There's a bobber caboose on the end of this consist right here. Bachman Henry fell off her table because of a switch. Switches always cause issues. That's why I'm not a big switching fan. Because I'm always having accidents on switches. And that's, case in point 2 minutes ago where the Jupiter came off the track because I forgot to switch it. I'm going to get the Wanderer and put it on the tracks. Oops. Do I have any Tyco merchandise? Yes, I have some Tyco buildings, and I have some Tyco locomotives. Number Sierra 3 is my most prominent Tyco model. We're going to have to stop the Jupiter in 119 for a second so I can get the Wanderer onto that siding. All right, here comes the Wanderer. Where is the Wanderer on my address? There it is. Sure is a noisy locomotive when it's going backwards. Mike, there is a diesel. I have one, and I'm planning to get a second one in a Rio Grande livery soon. Once I have the money, I'm going to be buying a center cab. Also, Mike, here's that William Mason locomotive that I have. It's a Bachmann 440 with a larger stack on it, like the William Mason. Here it is. Can't really see it from there, can you? Let me back it up a bit more. Yeah, it pretty much is the William Mason. It's just named Wanderer because that's what they named the locomotive in the TV show, or the movie, sorry, Wild Wild West. Bachmann controllers. What Bachmann controllers are you talking about? The DC ones or DCC? Because the DCC easy command is very limited. It's okay as a starting point, but I wouldn't use one now. The DC ones are horrible. I would avoid using the basic train set ones. Yeah, avoid the regular train set Bachmann controllers. They are not very good quality. Every single one of them I've owned have ended up stopped working at some point. They're very cheap now. I would use, there's a lot of other DC controllers you could use. However, the current DCC system I use is by Bachmann. It's called Dynamis. I think it's more popular in the UK, but it's actually pretty good. It's not as good as an NCE Power Cab, but it gets the job done, and you can do programming on it. No, I've never visited East Broad Top, but that would be a cool place to visit, though. Fight a duck or a what? I have fought a duck before, and it bit me. Oh, come on. Here we go. We'll try right there. Jupiter and 119. They have pretty much the same statistics. That'd be a pretty even match if they were to run those two engines into each other. There would be no winners if those two engines ran into each other. The only losers would be everybody for having witnessed two beautiful locomotives like that getting wrecked. Oops, Jupiter stalled out. Second stall out. Come on, get going. You're making 119 do all the work. Yeah, it was very common for them to wreck 440s like that back then, especially during the Depression, because those locomotives were pretty much worthless and considered nothing better than scrap heaps, so they'd stage wrecks at state fairs and wreck them. Wood-fired locomotives are probably better because it's easier to get the fuel for the wood locomotives than the coal and railroads online. I would probably imagine a big boy locomotive would win in a fight against a person. Yeah, I'm surprised I'm still doing a live stream, Joel. It's been 3 hours now, it says on my live stream counter on the top. I'm surprised. We still haven't run every locomotive I own yet, though. Okay. There, I touched the grass. Actually, hold on. Here you go, Joel. I have a feeling that Union Pacific 4014 would win in a fight against Godzilla. All right, we're done with Jupiter and 119. Can't run them anymore. What locomotives have I not run yet? I've run you. I can't run you because you don't have DCC equipped. Oh, I have this Southern 460. The Southern 460, and I think Virginia and Truckee 29 are the only ones I haven't run on this stream now. So it's between a 280 and a 460. Yes, I have played Red Dead Redemption. I actually have Red Dead Redemption 1 on right now as a background ambience noise. I doubt you can even hear it because I didn't want it to be overpowering, but it's actually Red Dead 1 in cinematic mode right now in the background. Here, let me move over there and you can see the video game real quick. See? And if I move my controller, you'll see I am John Marston. Now to go back to crouching, because that's what I've been doing for the past 3 hours in this game, so I can just get ambience noises. .280 and 460. We have a split tie between. Somebody needs to break the thing. We have a 460 and a 280. You know what? We can just run both. Oh, we got to get rid of all this transcontinental stuff first. We're going to leave the Wanderer on that siding though, because I like that engine far too much. Mike, have you seen the Red Dead Redemption 2 locomotive I'm working on right now? And yes, that's why I named my channel Red Dead Railroad, because... Hold on, let me pick it up. That's my camera stand, but this is based on Valentine from Red Dead Redemption 2. This entire town and most of the layout is based on Red Dead 2. And right now I'm working... I've already shown it twice. I'll show it one more time. Currently, this is what I'm working on. It is the locomotive from Red Dead Redemption 2. And that engine will be done soon. It's just waiting on... I'm just waiting on money so I can get that locomotive sent to Michael from Red Oak Trains so he can put sound and a new motor in it. Let's get both Virginia and Truckee 29 and Southern Railway. What was it, 10,004 or 1000? What is it? 1,004. I'm gonna put some Virginia and Truckee coaches on this. Oops! Shut off power to the track. Come on, get on the track. All right. First, we're going to see the 280, then we're going to run the 460. I haven't been keeping up with chat. Did I miss anything? I thought about all right, so I thought about it, Joel. I always have 10,000 ideas for models that I really want to do, and then I never get around to doing any of them because I just financially can't and don't have the space to. But I always thought N scale would be cool to do Hill Valley. Somebody did it in Z scale, which there's a YouTube video of it. N scale would be cool, but you would have to have a completely custom 460 made for that to represent number 131, though. But Hill Valley would be a sweet model, and I hope someday I see somebody do it, especially in HO scale with the Tyco model. Because if I see a channel ever make a model of Hill Valley in 1885, I will subscribe to them immediately. Oh, and thank you, Dalton. I'm currently going to be redoing a bit of the layout. Tonight or tomorrow after the stream, I'm going to be ripping a chunk of the layout out to rebuild it. That's going to be its whole own YouTube video when I get around to it, though. Bachmann 440 or the Tyco 460. Probably the Tyco 460 is my preferable locomotive model, only because I like the Sierra Railway number 3 so much more than basic generic 440s, which I like 440s quite a bit as well, but number 3 is always going to be my favorite engine. Z scale, yeah, I couldn't imagine how fun it was for him to build that entire model in something that small. Oh, that would be cool if he did Hill Valley in HO scale, Joel. Anyway, here comes, what is it, Virginia and Truckee 29. And I don't know if anyone knows, but Virginia and Truckee Tourist Railroad does actually have a 280 number 29 running there. This isn't obviously the actual locomotive because it's a generic roundhouse 280. But this is based on the actual number 29 that they're currently running at the Virginia and Truckee Tourist Railroad. Train guy, you're not going to believe this. Train guy, I literally have the Wanderer right here in 8 or O scale. And I have it in running condition. I just have nowhere to run it right now. Bachmann did a really good job on this York. Especially on the tender. I love how they got all the fine details on a tiny tender like that. I should set up the camera on a different position now. Let's put it here. That way you can see a bit of the town now. Dalton, these come with sound installed in them now, so I didn't have to do any sound installation. They have Tsunami how do you pronounce it? Economy? Tsunami Economy decoders and DCC ready versions of the 280 are now available from Roundhouse. Or sorry, not Roundhouse. They were Athearn, their former Roundhouse tooling. Yeah, having space-run model trains is definitely a luxury not everybody can afford, unfortunately. What did I see about the blue comment? YouTube keeps hiding the comments from me. I'm not sure. They probably had locomotives interchangeable for the train so they can change out locomotives and crews and service the other one for the Blue Comet. I actually have a locomotive sort of like the Blue Comet that I'm going to use as a stand-in for the Red Dead Redemption 440. I'll show that real quick. I'm going to try a new angle. Let's try over here. There we go. All right, I hope you have a good evening there, train guy. It was nice seeing you in chat. Oh, yeah, I definitely could see why you wouldn't want to put all the effort into building a railroad only to take it down and move it. I certainly wouldn't want to do that. I built this layout to be portable. Right here, you can see the seam line with the brush, or all the bushes. This is where the entire layout splits in half so I can move it. And the legs are also made to be easy to transport as well. So if I ever move, then I can easily just take the layout with me. No, I haven't seen. The only steam locomotives I've seen in person were a couple of Burlington, what are they, CB&Q, what were they, like 484s? I've seen a couple of those in preservation. They weren't running. I've seen Durango and Silverton 482. I've seen Rio Grande Southern number 20, which played the Emma Sweeney. And I've seen, what was it, number 493, I think, Durango and Silverton. And then I've also seen a Shea before. Those are the only locomotives I've ever seen in person. It would be nice to see that McLeod number 25 model you got with sound there, Joel. You did a fantastic job on that model. That's probably the best model of number 25 I've ever seen. And I forgot who was asking. Somebody was talking about the Blue Comet. This isn't exactly the Blue Comet here, but I do have this 440 that will be used as a stand-in for the Red Dead Redemption one. It needs a new decoder installed. Hopefully I can get Michael to do that one of these days, but I'm not going to ask him to do it at the moment because I already have him doing 3 other locomotives for me. But one of these days I want him to get this one done for me too. And I'm going to take all the lettering off and get custom decals on this to be the Red Dead Redemption 440. Where are the comments? There we go. Good to see you back, Strasburg. Storm, Whirlwind, and Leviathan, Mike, were all shipped at once from Schenectady Locomotive Works for the Central Pacific. So there were 60, 61, 62, and 63. So the Jupiter, in fact, does have sibling locomotives. None of them survived, though, very much unfortunately. And I think it's about time we get the 460 out. We'll do another lap with number 29, though, just to be safe. Strasburg, I'm only talking about the sister locomotives of the Jupiter. surviving, as those locomotives all were scrapped in the early 1900s. The Central Pacific one, which is now Southern Pacific number 3, I believe it is. That's the only Central Pacific locomotive I know of off the top of my head that survived into preservation. Oh, there's a thunderstorm going on in the video game background now. It only took 3 hours. I don't think they'll make models of Storm and Whirlwind because I don't think there's demand enough for them to justify that. I think people are probably just only interested in the Jupiter. They only just recently did Leviathan because it has a replica as well currently operating. If you want to make Storm or Whirlwind, you'll probably have to re-letter the Jupiter to be more accurate to those two locomotives, if I had to guess. We'll do one more lap with the 280 before we switch over to the Southern locomotive. Oh, we had an accident. We lost a couple cars. That's what happens when you speed. We have a coach completely off the rails. What caused the derailment here? There we go. There we go. Oh, we derailed again. That coach is being finicky. I think that's the end of running this consist. Put these back on the shelf. We're going to run the Southern 460 now, and I think that'll be the last locomotive I have not run that I own in this live stream at the moment. Just get these coaches put away. Get on your shelf. But actually, the Wanderer hasn't run in a consist either. We might have to give the Wanderer a quick run in too. Oh, we haven't run my Baltimore and Ohio 280 either. Ooh, I haven't checked up on this in a while. Yeah, the Jupiter was once red. That was Ward Kimball who painted the Jupiter like that, but it was deemed to be inaccurate by the 1990s because a newspaper had been discovered that described the Jupiter's livery as being both crimson as well as I forgot the shade of blue, but it was like a darker blue. So they changed it in like 93, I think. It was like 92 or 93, 94, 95. Somewhere around there, they changed the Jupiter from having the Ward Kimball red paint to the current one with blue. And then there's another Jupiter at the California State Railroad Museum that's narrow gauge. It's the same as the Eureka. It was an 818C 440 narrow gauge built by Baldwin. That was also named Jupiter, but I can't remember the railroad name that little 440 ran on, though. Jupiter Train Simulator. There was a consist at 119 and 116. Yep, there was another. That's another series of locomotives that were built together. It was like 116 to 120. A bunch of 440s that were built by Rogers. Those are all sisters that were all presumably scrapped as well. Good to see you back, Chessie. Can I do a shelf tour? If I can get everything organized in a second, or towards the end of the stream, Dalton, I'll do a shelf tour. But I have to get everything organized, though, because it's going to be a catastrophic mess, and I'm going to be embarrassed about that if I don't organize a bit. What was I running? The 460. Where did I put that Southern 10-wheeler at? We're going to be running in the opposite direction for once. This is going to be the highlight of the stream now. Oh, you're still here, Joel? Yeah, this stream's getting close to the end. It's been going for 3.5 hours now. I only expected it to go an hour, maybe an hour and a half at most. I'm going to run this train. I'll run the Wanderer. I'll run this B&O 280 a lap, and then I'm going to be doing the shelf tour, and that'll be done for now. That'll be done for the evening. I need some cars for that engine to pull. Where'd that Southern caboose I have go? And hello to everyone that just joined. I'm just setting up a train right now. We're going to have another train running over there in a second. Norfolk and Western. Here we go. This will make for a nice, interesting freight. We have a Bachmann Spectrum 460 that I'm going to be running in a second here. All right, I'm going to get a Pennsylvania gondola, and then that'll be the consist. All right, here we go. We got a 10-wheeler running now. Oops. Oh, I forgot this one has poor pickups on it. Oh, we just had a short. Oops. No wonder we had a short. The tender wasn't properly even on the rails. That'll do it. I just got to reset the breaker and we'll have trains running in a second here. Santa Cruz Railroad, thank you. All right, I think the breaker's probably good to go. Those box cars back in the day, Mike, were much lighter than the old ones, or the newer ones, I mean. So I imagine those two 440s probably would have been able to realistically pull at least 20 box cars, especially if it was like on a flat level grade with no real big curves on them. Yeah, the Wanderer is just the William Mason. And before that, it was played by the Inyo and number 3. Hopefully you'll get a better sleep tonight, Joel. I definitely understand the sleeping like crap thing. A couple of nights ago, I could hardly fall asleep. I kept waking up. It's horrible. Yeah, they blew up the Reno after it got burned in a fire. I think I have around 15 locomotives at the moment, Apricot. I don't know the exact count. I've been selling quite a few of them while downsizing. But I'd say it's around 15 at the moment that are operating. A couple extra. I actually have the William Mason over here. All right, it was nice seeing you, Andy. Hope you have a good night. I actually have the proper William Mason. I totally forgot about it. But I have the IHC William Mason right here. Albeit I took the front smoke box door off of it to use on my Red Dead Redemption locomotive. I have to get a replacement. But here's the William Mason. This 460 does not like this switch point right here. And soon I'd like to get this Sierra Railway boiler put onto another mechanism because its current mechanism is shot. I'm going to rebuild this into Sierra Railway 28 someday. Yeah, they did treat the Reno locomotive pretty badly when they were making that movie. And then they got burned in Old Tucson by vandals in, what was it, like 1995? So that wasn't... actually, that might have been a disgruntled employee at Old Tucson that burned it that caused the Reno to get torched. Oops, I accidentally turned the power off to the tracks. Custom Virginia and Truckee. I don't see myself doing any custom B&T locomotives. If Bachmann produces the Inyo and the Reno and the Dayton, I will buy them. But I don't see myself doing any Actually, no. I just lied. I am working on the Reno. I forgot. I have like 40 different projects on my workbench right now, and the Reno is one of them. I'm doing the Reno as it looked in like 1909, 1910. I totally forgot I was working on that. Wow. That just goes to show how many projects I have going at once, and then I complete none of them in a reasonable amount of time. I actually might have the boiler laying around right here. Yeah, I have the boiler for the Reno right here. I have done absolutely nothing to it except for, so far, add this air compressor. It's a stock 119 from Bachmann boiler. I've literally done nothing else to it yet besides add this air compressor. Yes, I've seen The General. That's one of my favorite silent motion pictures. All right, this will be the last lap of the 460. It obviously needs to have its wheels cleaned because it keeps stalling out on points for me. I'm going to put the B&O 280 on, and that's going to be the end of the stream after that engine runs. Yeah, they did wreck that locomotive, and I think the locomotive was then pulled out of the river in that movie and cut up for scrap during the Second War. They actually did wreck it. It was narrow gauge, too. At least the old narrow gauge engine they used for that movie went out in blazing glory, though, instead of just going straight to the scrap yards. At least got some entertainment out of that locomotive, because it was going to get scrapped either way. 440s were seen as useless past, I'd say, past the First World War. You didn't see hardly any new 440s being built because they were just seen as small, weak little engines at that point. Very few manufacturers were building new 440s beyond the 1920s. I'm going to take the York off the tracks now, too. So we got the Wanderer over there. We have to run the Wanderer still. I got to get coaches for that real quick. I have some private cars for it to pull. You're going to see the real General. That's cool. I wish they would repaint it from the god-awful paint scheme they have it in right now. I never liked how they just put red on that locomotive. I'd rather them see... I would rather see them put the proper 1860s livery on the General than just the black and red that they've had it since the 50s. Oh, what am I doing? Oh, I need to get my B&O 280 out. We're going to run the 280 for a second. Then we'll run Wanderer, and that's going to be the end of the stream. I have some special coaches for the 280. Where are they? I got this baggage car. Where are the other three ones? They're hiding on the shelves. Two more cars. I think the York is the most recently built 440 that I know of, in standard gauge at least. Leviathan was finished in, I think, 2009. I don't remember when the York was finished, but I know the York was finished after the Leviathan was. All right. All right, we're going to run the Wanderer, the B&O 280, and then it's going to be the end of the stream. I can't believe this has almost been on for 4 hours now. 4 hours of running trains is like a new record for me. Yes, the Mason did pull the original funeral train, or it was either his funeral train or it pulled his inauguration train. Yeah, they needed I think that the General would look much better painted in its 1860s livery than it is now with just the basic black and red. I always thought that was kind of ugly. 2011 was the York. All right, here comes the B&O 280. Yeah, the blue, this is the most unique coach that I have because of the blue. I haven't had an opportunity to run them tonight. I might actually pair these behind the Wanderer instead of the other coaches. But I have these really, really pretty royal blue Baltimore and Ohio coaches. I could have the Wanderer pull these as well. These look just like the ones from Red Dead Redemption as well. Yeah, it would be cool if you repainted the... Actually, if you wanted to repaint the General, I would suggest just getting the Highland Light. Because the Wanderer started as a Highland Light, and that's a much more accurate color match as a starting point to use for an 1860s General than the current one. Because I think they repainted it... When did they do that? Like 1920-something. It was like 1927 or so is when they restored the General... And they repainted it in that black and red livery for like one of the World's Fair. So it's not at all even accurate to what the original looks like. But then again, that locomotive has been rebuilt extensively since it was originally constructed. So it's like an almost entirely new engine at this point. Because if you look at pictures of the old General compared to how it looks now, the engine is very different in the 1860s compared to now. We need a new camera angle. I've been at this one for like 20 minutes. Oh, you missed out earlier, Apricot. I got a number 3 that's got DCC and sound installed in it too. Those are really cool, though. I love the Tyco number 3s, even though they're oversized. And I have another one. I've showed it off like 2 or 3 times now. But this is the red... Oh, the handrails came off. But I'm working on this one, and I don't know if he's still in the chat or not. But the person who did my number 3 DCC sound installation and overhaul for me is also going to be doing this locomotive for me too. Michael from Red Oak Trains. This is from Red Dead. It's using the boiler and the mechanism and most of the components from the Tyco 460 as its basis. As I found this one to be much more accurate and closer to the Thatcher Perkins as compared to, you know, like the Bachmann modern Baldwin 460. I'm going to definitely... So this is also... This is as far as of a good job as I can do with the acrylic paints that are brush on. I am going to look into the Tamiya spray paints for the next project I do. And if it comes out really good, I might honestly replace this boiler with another one repainted with Tamiya. The acrylic, you can only do so much with it to make it look good. I just don't really want to spend a ton of money on an airbrush and learning that steep learning curve of using it because I barely repaint stuff. So hopefully that'll be a nice middle ground between hand brushing with acrylics and airbrushing is those rattling cans from Tamiya. That'd be cool if you made a custom Red Dead 440. The B&O one is very hard to find, but that would make for a good starting point. Or if you have the money, you could get a brass, I think Gem Models made them, a brass model of the New York Central 999, which is the exact locomotive used in the game, would be a really good starting point. However, I've been having issues with brass locomotives, so I probably won't get the properly accurate 999 to represent the engine just because of how poor they typically run. Plus, I don't have the abilities to paint brass on my own. I would have to expedite that work to someone else, and it would cost a fortune. Yeah, I'll definitely have to ask you about that, Joel, when I inevitably do, because I'm definitely going to get some Tamiya spray paints for my next model, whatever that is. Probably Sierra 28. Yeah, Dalton, I'm definitely going to have to look into Tamiya then. Because Apple Barrel, I'm at the end of my, I'm just done with using it. I mean, I don't think you can see the brush strokes in these. I thin the paint out so much that you really can't see the brush strokes. What you see there, you can kind of see, I couldn't get everything sanded off without damaging the sand lines. And I didn't want to damage the boiler bands either. So there's kind of remnants of the old piping there, and you can see where I sanded a bit. I'm not very happy with that, but, if you look at it further away like this, you won't even notice them, so. The old Bachmann 060s were smoking hot garbage, Mike. I agree with you there. But the newer DCC sound versions that they sell are much nicer now. I was just running one earlier in a triple header, if you saw that. I was running it with 2 Alco Moguls. Yeah, I can imagine so, Joel. I seriously considered doing that for both the Thatcher Perkins and the number 3 model I own. But then I realized, you know what? I can't sand all this crap off without damaging a bunch of components on there that I still need. I mean, I could have, but it would have been just way more than I was willing to put into the project. And I thought the molded on pipes were good enough because we still have Bachmann leaving molded on pipes. But I will say, though, your piping looks exquisite on that number 3 you worked on. The piping improved that model so much more on your number 3. I just got lazy and didn't want to put on all the work for the piping because it was just, I didn't want to risk damaging the boiler bands or anything on it. Yeah. Better put some water in a Montezuma. Took me 2 days to paint number 3 because I was being very patient with it and watering down acrylics. And the bell, Dalton, is a brass one that you can buy off eBay for a few dollars if I can get it to focus. This is actually off of a Union Pacific 119 model. But I think, who is it? Precision Scale Models, I think, is who sells them. These are meant for 119, but I thought this looked really nice, so I got it for my 460. Oops. This is the only downside as well of the Dynamis, is that if you accidentally are inactive with moving any of the lever, like the joystick, I mean, or if you don't hit a button for a while, it falls asleep and shuts power off the track, which is probably good for safety so you don't accidentally leave a train running and start a fire. But it's annoying when you're just sitting there watching the trains run, though. All right. We're about to hit 4 hours of streaming, so that means once I get the train back over here, we're going to run the Wanderer, and then that's going to be that. Dalton, if you want me to do a shelf tour, I can, but it's probably going to be a bit quick, though. Or I can save it for the next stream as well. If you want a proper in-depth tour of my shelves with all my cars and everything on it and engines. That's a pretty cool name. The Little Big Line. That'd be a really good name for a narrow gauge railroad. If you have the ability to do so, it's pretty neat if you could do a model of the Thatcher Perkins, but it takes a lot of time and effort to do it, though. Because you got to pretty much start from scratch using a Tyco 460. Sprayed number 3, hand painted the catwalks and cab roof. Yeah, I think a combination of apple barrel acrylics and Tamiya would probably give a really good effect for a locomotive. And thank you, Apricot. Yeah, I wouldn't do any customizing like that if I didn't have any confidence in my skills to do that in O-scale, because those locomotives are too much money to screw up on. We got Runaway tonight. We're going to run my other B&O coaches. I'm going to move the camera into a unique angle for the last train because I've been doing the same angles all night. Oh, let's see, what am I missing? Yeah, I look forward to that new 25 video. And Dalton, I'll do a quick overview for you of the shelves. before I get off here. But I'm definitely going to get off and go eat. I said 3 hours ago I was going to get off and go eat. Then I got caught up in the trains. Sometimes trains are more important than eating. Actually, that's a pretty horrible thing to say, because then I'd be starving myself, but oh well. Where's my B&O caboose hiding at this time? Here we are. We're going to run these with the Wanderer. I really need to dust my models. I don't know if you notice in my shorts and videos, but I have to constantly dust these off because I live in a house with a wood stove. And these things pick up so much dust because of that, it's not even funny. $800 gallons of water. Yeah, this is the plan, is to turn these into the Southern and Eastern coaches from Red Dead Redemption. I kind of get OCD with this coach, though, because it's slightly a lighter shade of blue than the rest of them, and it just drives me nuts. I would run the 440 that I have to pair with these, but that engine needs work on it because it keeps stalling out because its decoder's just garbage. We're going to get the Wanderer hooked up, though. The Wanderer should be able to handle these cars. Actually, I'm going to find a new camera spot first. Bachmann train sets. They're decent. There's some crappy ones. There's some good ones. How does here? No, that's a bit of a crappy spot. Here. 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 Ooh, I know a really good spot that I can do like first-person rail fanning with on the layout. It involves me rotating my camera. All right, let's see if this will let me rotate it without blowing up my phone. Is the railway upside down now? It's upside down now. No! Now it's upside down again. What is going on? Okay, this is driving me nuts. Maybe it's going to let it... I'm going to let it do its thing and see if it flips over on its own again. Why is it doing this now? Okay, it looks like we're indefinitely stuck upside down now somehow. I don't know how that happened. Maybe if I reset it, I can reset it. Okay, that reset it. Now I just have to flip it upside down so I can get in first person. Why is it still upside down? This is frustrating. Why is it doing this? I fixed it and then I broke it. Okay, we're not going to mess with that ever again because that's just a nightmare. Okay, now where's the chat? Bachmann sets. I like the current paint scheme of the William Mason in the back. Okay. Sorry for the headache with the camera there. That was horrible. I wish there was more single chimes available for these, though. They don't give you very many options to work with the single chimes on Economy. This was Soundtrack Tsunami 2, or what's the other one? TCS Wow Sound. There'd be a lot more better options. You only get 2 single chimes with this one. Oh, we're going backwards. We need a better camera spot again, because my first person attempt has failed. Whoa! I forgot that baggage part doesn't play nice on switches. Some of these wheels need to be re-gauged. No, they don't have any standard gauge Mason bogies I'm aware of. I've only ever seen HON3 Mason bogies in brass. Here, that's a good camera angle. Actually, I want to do a different camera angle here. Let's put it at the railroad crossing. No, we gotta get closer. There we go. Should you race your locomotives? I used to race some of my engines, but I much prefer running my engines slower now just to make sure that they don't get into any wrecks or damage them, personally. That's up to you, though. It's your railroad. I'm not going to tell you how to run your railroad. Took me 2 years to build this layout, but it's still not done. I don't think it'll ever be done, because I always have things I want to change or add to it. HO scale lit caboose lanterns. I've seen those for sale somewhere, but I don't know where I've seen them for sale, though. I need a better shot for this train. There we go. That's a new one that we haven't done yet today. Living in the 1800s, probably god-awful horrible because they didn't have any proper medicine, they didn't have any proper hygiene. Well, they had some hygiene, but nothing like today's hygiene at all, though. Lots of diseases, lots of criminals running around. I personally don't think I'd like to be in the 1800s very much, despite liking all the old-timey stuff. Good to see you back, Strasbourg. This is the last train of the night we're running. 4 hours. I can't believe this stream has gone on for 4 hours. I forgot about the Tom Thumb locomotive. Was it the Tom Thumb locomotive that Andrew Jackson rode? Because I know Andrew Jackson was the first president to ride on a locomotive, but I don't remember which locomotive it was. I know it was like one of those little grasshoppers that the B&O had in the 1830s, though. One of those death wish machines that I'm pretty sure killed a bunch of people one time. What's going on, Strasbourg? Ooh, wigwag signals would be cool in HO. All right. One more loop and that's it for running trains tonight. I really wish you could mess around with the zoom functions in this, though. Tom Thumb and HO scale would be sweet, but it'd be very difficult to fit a mechanism in that. They barely could fit a mechanism into the Lafayette and the John Bull as is. I think is it the John Bull? They're re-releasing one of those sets. Bachman is, and I saw Sam's Trains ripping into it already because the old one was such poor quality. It was either the John Bull or the Lafayette that they're coming out with again now. Or maybe it was another one of those early steamers. I can't remember. I know it was one of those tiny little 1830s engines, though, that they're bringing back. Okay, I'm going to put all my engines away here in a second. I'll do a quick shelf tour before I get off. I forgot what engines go where now. I had too many out at once. If I can get the Red Dead locomotive back together, I'll put it on the shelf. Get in there. That engine ain't right. There we go. What other engines are missing now? I'll put the William Mason back up on the shelf. I'll put that teensy weensy little engine. Where's that little 040 hiding on me? There you are. All right, I got all the locomotives back. I think I'll just do the locomotive shelf this time, Dalton. Yeah, I'll do a shelf tour right now. I'm going to do the locomotives. Actually, I'll just put the cars away so I can do the cars too. Oh, put you here, 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 here. Where did I put my Sierra Railroad stuff? Big, dismal mess. Because I didn't put anything away where I was supposed to now. I don't even know what I did with all my Railtown stuff. Where's my Railtown coach and caboose? Oh, there they are. Caboose, coach. I'm not going to be able to do everything today, though, because I have just a gigantic mess of stuff going on right now. But we'll try and get most of it fitted onto the thing. These cars are in the wrong spot. This is the thing that sucks about having so many cars, is that you have to have a dedicated space for all of your engines and cars. I'm definitely going to have to build more shelf work at some point to fit all this stuff, because it's just overflowing so bad right now that I have like nowhere to put all my rolling stock unless I start selling more that I'm not using. Oh, there's all my ON30 stuff in the way. Get out of here. Rio Grande goes with Rio Grande. I'm missing another Rio Grande car. There you are. And I'm still missing a Rio Grande car. I don't know where it went. Oh, there it is. I have like dedicated shelves for each railroad. You're going to see why I organize them all like this in a second, so I know where everything is. You go there, you go there. You go here, you go here. I'm missing one more car and then I can do the thing. Oh well, I'm going to start it now just so I don't drag it on anymore. I'll have to check comments first before anything. Yeah, I'm doing a shelf tour, and it was good seeing you, Mike. People in your room, what's going on? You can't customize the names on PS5 Railroads Online, except for the presets. You can't put in custom names. You have to use the presets, unfortunately. All right, and here's the shelf thing. Let's do locomotives first. I don't know if anyone can see. All right. Up here, we have my Rio Grande Mogul. This was kit bashed, custom. Started as a basic Bachmann one, and I weathered it. That lamp and stack and the whistle are all new components. Back there is my Western Pacific 280. That's Bachmann. Back there is a stock Bachmann Santa Fe 260. Right here's my Durango and Silverton 280. Red Oak is going to be doing that for me. He's going to be putting a wow sound in that for me. And I'm going to be changing the light on that too. Cats. Invasion of the cats. That could be annoying. I can't allow cats in my room because they might damage my trains. Here we have the Central Pacific Jupiter. This is my most fussy locomotive at the moment. It likes stalling out on me. Back there's the Virginia and Truckee Genoa, number 12. Right there is the Northern Central York. Here's the UP. And then this is what I was talking about earlier. I have to constantly dust my models off. Constantly because of the wood stove. It just creates so much dust. And like No matter how much I dust these models, within like a week they get dusty again. It's crazy. What happened to your model of 473? Where was I? There's the B&O 440. If I can get it to focus in on it. It won't focus, but there it is. That's the B&O 440. Those are very hard to find now because they only released them a couple times with sound. This is the Wanderer right here, but you'll notice it doesn't say Wanderer on the Fireman side because I still have yet to strip all this stuff off of the tender. And I have to re-letter it, and I have to put the decals on there as well. On there. And the back needs to be finished. I only have it done on one side so far. I'm procrastinating on finishing that model, as I always do. Down here's my Union Pacific switcher. Right here's that tiny little 040 that doesn't run. Oh, cool, the Highland Light's a nice model. And of course, that's what happened to the model. Here's the William Mason by IHC. This is my Red Dead model I'm working on right now. It's in pieces. It's still not even remotely close to being ready. Here's my DeLorean that I gave the custom wheels on to and used styrene. Here's number 3, the custom one that me and Michael both worked on. This is like my pride of the line. This is my favorite model. One of these days, I might build a wood load for it. I'm not sure if I'm going to, though, because I prefer the oil burner look for it. But I might build a wood load for it because this just comes right off. Down here's the Bumblebee 280 by Athearn. Another Athearn 280 is the B&O livery. This engine I did not showcase because I sold it. I just have yet to put it in a box to ship out on Monday. But this is a Strasbourg 44 tonner with sound. This is a Athearn SW1500 Western Pacific diesel. And I'm actually, while I'm on the topic of diesels, I'm getting one of these built by Rapido. This one's Bachmann. I'm going to get a Rapido version of this painted as the Rio Grande livery. So this is getting replaced. Right here's the Spectrum 460, which certainly needs its wheels cleaned because it was stalling out tonight on points. I haven't cleaned its wheels in a while. Here's Virginia and Truckee number 29. Some of you might recognize this engine as pulling tourist trains up in Virginia City now. And then here's my Rio Grande car collection. Oh, wait, except for this. This is Central Pacific. These are some of my Rio Grande cars. I like to organize my railroad cars all together by road name so they're easy to find. These are all Rio Grande coaches, not Durango and Silverton, just Rio Grande. Then over here is the Northern Central coaches that was pulled by the York. Ignore the horrific wiring. That's for my lamps because I don't have proper lighting in here. Pacific Electric because I had nowhere else to put that thing. Heavyweight coaches for Western Pacific locomotives to pull. This is an entire Virginia and Truckee collection. That coach needs a new set of couplers. But these are all Virginia and Truckee here. This is my Sierra Railway and Central Pacific shelf. I love doing this coach here. This is probably one of my favorite passenger cars. And this is probably my favorite caboose because this was also custom. And then that's the coach. This is the Petticoat Junction coach. This is combine number 5. It just needs a brand new, it needs a coupler glued on and lettering put on it. This is replacing my old roundhouse one that I used to have. This is made of metal. I think it was made by a company called Ulrich or Ulrich. It's made of metal, obviously, as opposed to these plastic roundhouse ones, like this one. Down here is the Wanderer by MTH. It's in functional condition. I just have nowhere to run it currently. I might just set up a loop on the floor to run it once in a while. And then this is a little Topps trading card of the Thatcher Perkins, sorry, the William Mason, which is what this is based on. The paint scheme is anyway. Here's a little N scale 462 Broadway Limited, and here's a little K4. I might be doing a giveaway when I hit 3,000 subscribers, or I'm thinking maybe 5,000, but probably 3,000 because 3,000 is more realistic at the moment because I'm really close. But I might be giving away this K4 with DCC sound on board with these 3 coaches when I hit 3,000 subscribers. And there will be more announced about that as I get closer to 3,000 people, but this model might be getting done in a giveaway. So if anyone likes N scale and they like K4s, keep an eye out on my posts. And you might be a lucky winner of this 462. Down here is entirely Union Pacific. This is a really hard to find one right here. This is the Photographer car by Roundhouse. And a lot of these have misprints, really bad misprints, where the lettering isn't aligned on them properly, but I was lucky to find one that did not have misprints with the lettering on it. So it's a very nice car for me to have for 119 to pull. Then, I have all these box cars and cabooses for Union Pacific down here. Down here is entirely Baltimore and Ohio. It's all the B&O stuff you just saw a few minutes ago if you were watching. And then down under that's just a bunch of random cars. Bunch of old random cars. And then I have one more shelf back over here. And this is going to be a catastrophic mess to look at. So you have been warned. This was supposed to be a switching layout. You can see some of the scenery is still on it. But this has gone from being a small switching layout to literally holding all of these cars that I have no other room to put them at the moment. Here's Sierra Railroad 28's tender, or 24, sorry. Here's a bunch of components for the Red Dead locomotive that I have all tore apart right now in a box. I have these cars that were meant to go with the Broadway Limited E6 that I owned, and then I had to, return it because it got sent to me broken, brand new. I'm still not happy. Scattered about are a bunch of Durango and Silverton cars. Canadian Pacific cars that I never use. I honestly should just sell these because I never use them. Just random cars scattered everywhere. All over the place with no homes. Here's a busted up 440 I made a movie with that you can't watch anymore because it turns out the story I used the 440 in wasn't accurate. To the actual Golden Spike, you'll see the cow catchers all busted up for that movie and everything. I might re-release it. I don't know. It was fun making that, though. And then right here is the rest of them. And then next to it is nothing to do with trains, but I have this. What year is it? 1914. I have this record player from 1914. This is for cleaning the old records with. But this actually works and everything. This winds up. This opens up here. So you can let the sound out so it's louder. Then back over there is just more stuff in boxes and paperwork and junk. You can see the Farquhar station over there. And then I have more boxes of junk down there. So junk, disorganized chaos. Lionel train set down there. Craziness. Victrola, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, what is this? 1914, I think this was. The person that sold it to me, they said it was 1911, but it didn't look like the 1911 variant. And it still has all the original components on it, too, which is really cool. This is the original sound reproducer on it. The brakes still work on it really good. Whoever owned this before me took really good care of it because there's no damage to the wood on this record player at all. It's like in perfect condition. I don't use it very much, though. But yeah, that's the entire railroad and layout, really. Here's an overview of the layout. this area here, I'll just say it one more time, but this area right here, I'm cutting out and redoing. There's going to be like the Durango and Silverton's High Line is what I'm going to use this area for to replicate. I'm going to cut all this out and make it into like a little valley with a river through here. And it's just going to go all down here. And it's going to look so much better than just having flat landscape. A 1910 pocket watch. Yeah, I love old stuff like that. And hello, Chessie. Oh, 15 seconds will be on for 4.5 hours. Let's watch Red Dead real quick. Where's my game controller? Oh, and I have Lego Star Wars stuff too. Let me move some stuff around. And I'll show what I mean. I can hear the train. Hold on. The train in Red Dead is... Ah! Where's the train in Red Dead? I can hear it. Oh, there it is. That is, yes. Most disorganized mess I ever have had in my life is those trains. We're going to end the stream by standing on the railroad tracks as John Marston. And then dying immediately. And then that's going to be the end of the stream. It's just dying to the train. And for anyone interested, I don't know, a lot of people said they were interested in Star Wars on that poll I did, but I do Lego Star Wars as well. And I have like the Attack of the Clones set right here where Count Dooku fought Yoda. Anyway, I would hijack the train, but I'm currently holding the camera on my phone up and I can barely operate the controller with my other hand. So we're just going to stand here and die. Would anybody in here actually be interested in me live streaming this in Red Dead 2? Because if there's enough interest, I'll do a live stream of both Red Dead 1 and Red Dead 2. And unfortunately, you can't do a hijacking in this one. You can only do that in the second one. Yeah, who makes those? Circus City Decals makes the Central Pacific decals for Back to the Future. They did a pretty good job, but they are a bit inaccurate. Like the numbering on one of them should be painted yellow instead of white, and it's also off. Some of it's a bit off center, but they did a pretty good job on it, though. Yeah, I'll do another entire own live stream playing that game. It's probably going to be a lot of train shenanigans, though. I'm sorry, Brandon. Seems like you missed out. We spent 4 hours running every engine I own that was in operable condition that wouldn't give me trouble. The train's coming back. Here it comes. Yeah. All right, Chessie. Hope you have a good night. We're about to die to a train now. We just died. Well, I hope that was a good stream for everyone. I certainly had fun. I'll do another one of these soon. Probably not tomorrow now, because this one has been way longer than it should have been. But I will do a stream like this again, and I'll look into streaming Red Dead as well. So I appreciate everyone for joining. I had a great amount of fun tonight. I hope you all did too. I hope you all have a good night and a happy Valentine's Day. How do I turn it off? Oh.